Hey guys, welcome to a new video. Like, comment and subscribe if you enjoy. Without any further interruptions, enjoy the what if.
Chapter 21. New Missions. It had been a couple of weeks since the marriage and things were starting to get back to normal. Tamari's family had left the day after the wedding and later Jiraiya had to leave to continue on his own work. He said he would swing by Suna and take a look at Gaara's seal for them when he got the chance. For the married couple, things had only been calm for a few days before they had been given their first mission as a team. Apparently it had been one of those things that couldn't be avoided, as Kakashi needed to go for this mission and he couldn't leave them behind. Turns out that they had gone all the way to Snow Country to shoot some movie, which the main star turned out to be the princess of that country. Well, she hadn't acted like a princess, that was for sure. Tamari and her had butted heads early on, but then it got even worse. They had been split up by these snow ninja and things had gone to hell at that point. Tamari had been worried sick since Naruto had charged headlong and went to rescue their client. But in the end things turned out well. They found them and apparently Naruto must have knocked some sense into her. Tamari still remembered that final battle with the dictator of that land, how he used the Rasengan and the rainbow of colors. She had never seen anything so beautiful or destructive. They had returned a week ago and things were getting slow again. Truth was, there was another thing that she and Naruto shared: they hated staying out of action for too long. So when they were told that they had a new mission, both were glad for some more action. Although Tamari always kept her joy inside with the exception of maybe a smile, Naruto was the opposite and literally jumped for joy. Soon Team 7 made their way to the Hokage's tower and her office. "Hey Granny, what's the new mission?" Naruto asked as soon as they entered into the place. Tamari sighed in embarrassment. No matter what she tried, she just couldn't get him to stop saying things like that. So had pretty much given up trying and just hoped that Tsunade wasn't in a foul mood. She could see the one of the Hokage's eyes twitch a little in annoyance, but she let it slid. "I have a mission that I think Team 7 is perfect for, with the exception of Tamari. You all remember your mission to wave, correct?" The Hokage asked. "Oh yeah. The drunk old bridge builder that lied about the mission and we ended up taking on a missing nin from Mist." Naruto spoke up. Tsunade gave a small glare at the boy. "I wouldn't put it that way, but yes, that's the one." She sat back as she passed the scroll to Kakashi. Apparently some leftovers from Gato's organization are starting up trouble again. And the village asked for help, specifically Team 7. They're hoping that just you being there will make these rogues rethink harming the town again. Seems easy enough. Then again, so did the original mission. Kakashi sighed as he looked over the mission scroll. Nothing much was said, although the price being paid for was at least a B-rank mission. It was hard to say if Gato's people had hired any mercenaries or ninja, but he wouldn't put it past them. Before he had been killed, Gato had squeezed a lot of money out of the town. If his people had access to his wealth, there was no telling what they would have paid for. "Well, this will be great," Sakura said happily. "I mean, I've been wondering how they were doing since the bridge had been finished. I hope the town has turned around. Man, it seems like almost a lifetime ago when we were there, but it's only been like 6 months. Yeah, a lot has happened, huh?" Naruto smiled as he looked at Tamari, who gave a small smile back. "Well, this should be interesting then." Kakashi smiled as he tucked the scroll away. "Well, we'll get ready and leave in a few hours." "All right, and Naruto, try to stay out of trouble," Tsunade told him. "I read the report on the Snow Country mission. Remember that you and Tamari are important symbols for the village, so try not to get yourself killed so early." Although it was just her being Hokage, she really was worried for the boy. He was around the same age as her little brother had been when he had been killed. The last thing she wanted was to lose him, plus she bet Tamari would be just as hurt. She had seen the way she looked at him when she thought no one was looking. Tsunade could see the bond there between them. She would hate to see it broken one day. "You worry too much," Naruto told her, just brushing it off. "Besides, I can't die yet. I still haven't become Hokage, and you can bet that nothing will keep me from being the next Hokage." Despite everything, she smiled at that. Tsunade could see him as one day being Hokage. He just needed the time to grow into the man she knew he could be. It was times like this she realized what Jiraiya must have seen in Naruto from day one. Sound base. Deep in one of the many secret bases of Orochimaru, the snake Sanin was currently taking the bandages off his new face. So far the transfer had gone well, but now it was time for the final touches, to put his original face back on. He applied the fake skin easily enough and soon he was staring back into his pale face once more. Ah, I never get tired of this part. Like a snake shedding its skin. He chuckled to himself. He was currently in one of his private chambers, but honestly they all looked alike. They held only basic things as he never really needed anything without some kind of function. There were books for his research, a table for certain experiments and some candles that gave off some low light. That was mainly for others as over the years he had developed his eyes to have great night vision. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto bowed as he entered the room. He was the only one allowed to just enter whenever he felt like it, mainly because he only entered when summoned or had something to report. He knew his place and that was rare to find these days. Yes, sir. Spies have reported that Team 7 is back on the move again. Kabuto had been given the message only an hour ago. Long ago, Orochimaru had set up his own spy network. After all, a man like him had to keep eyes on everyone with all the enemies he had, and all the plans he had to make. This was just another such example. He had been a careful watch on Team 7, mainly a certain member of the team. Since the boy had been gone too long he couldn't use his body, but maybe that was for the best. If he could shape and mold the boy he might make for a better host. But he would have to have the boy come to him willingly. He had a long time to think and plan on this. He had a few ideas, but the main one was to offer the boy everything he desired. And there was someone that would be able to help with that. Kabuto sent to Tayuya. I have a mission for her. He said as Kabuto bowed and left. She would be perfect for his plans. Her past would help the boy trust her and even the two might empathize with each other if they stayed in contact long enough. He had studied not just the physical side to humans but what made them tick. Once you understood how a person worked you could twist them and manipulate them to your own ends. Everyone had a weakness, such as Tsunade's love for her dead brother and lover. But he hadn't counted on their old teammate and that annoying little blonde boy. At any rate he had a new body now, but he just needed to bring Sasuke to his side. He had failed with Itachi, the man was just too good but those eyes were magnificent. He still remembered watching a young Itachi do things that even adult Jonin wouldn't have tried. When he had joined Akatsuki, it had been to gain more information and knowledge. Then the day when Itachi joined had been such a fortunately day, at least he had originally thought it. He had tried to sneak up behind him and poison him long enough to take his body, but Itachi had put him in a genjutsu even before he had known. Those eyes were powerful, anyone who had them could reach heights that no other could. It was no wonder the name Uchiha had been feared for generations by other nations. But with Sasuke things were different. The boy wasn't as strong as Itachi, so it would be easier to take his body. But now that he had to wait 3 years before he could do it again, Orochimaru figured why not improve the boy some more. If he was going to take his body, then Orochimaru might as well make it the best body to have. It might even last longer than the 3 years an average body lasted. Oh, the things he would learn in just 1 year with a Sharingan, all the forbidden techniques that he alone would master. Maybe even figure out a way to give himself true immortality. There were limits to the resurrection technique, but he hoped to one day find a way to overcome them. You called for me, Orochimaru-sama. Tayuya said as she entered the small room with a bow. He grinned at the young girl. Yes, I have a mission that only you can do. What is it, Orochimaru-sama? She asked, standing a bit taller. The fact that she personally was being given this mission was a very big deal to her. Even though she was part of his personal guard, there was always room to grow in sound. I want you to follow Team 7, do not be seen unless it's unavoidable. You are to ensure that Sasuke is not harmed in any way and to study him. I want first-hand accounts of how well he is doing. Also, I want you to make contact with him. Contact. She was surprised by this, but she would be a lot more surprised when Orochimaru told her the entire plan for her. She knew that she would do it. She couldn't refuse an order from him, but still, this was going to be a very difficult mission for several reasons. Some time later, Team 7 had been taking the same route they had taken home the last time they had been to the village. It was fairly peaceful, which meant no ninja ambushing them from puddles or a mist suddenly showing up with one of the world's most deadly ninja in it. Although that didn't stop Naruto from being on alert, The entire trip he was actually eagerly looking forward to being ambushed. At first it was okay, but he was starting to get on everyone's nerves somewhat. It was no surprise when Sakura snapped first. She had been trying to control her temper lately with him, but you could only take so much. Naruto, will you stop it already? We are not going to be attacked on this road a second time. But you can never know what's out there, Naruto told her, still looking at the trees and bushes. Last time I was right when I threw the kunai. Law of averages, even idiots can be right one. Sasuke muttered. What was that? Tamari said coldly to the boy. Sasuke just gave her a leveled look and turned his head. Tamari was tempted to give him a talking to, but that wasn't her place on the team, at least not until he stepped way out of line. It was like dealing with a more emo version of Kankuro at times. Kakashi sighed as he watched things progress. He had thought that the teamwork had improved since the Land of Snow mission, although the team did seem a bit more closer. Maybe they were just stressed. That kind of thing happened and it affected people in their own ways. Maybe this would be good for the team after all to do this mission. This was Team 7's first real mission and it had been a good growing experience for them all. It would be interesting to see what had happened to the village with Gato gone all this time. After Sakura finally got Naruto to ease up, the trip went quieter now. After 2 more hours they were finally at the bridge. It looks like they had put up a sign up top for the name as well as some minor things like paint on certain parts. It was Tamari that noticed the name first and stopped in her tracks. The hell? The Great Naruto Bridge. She smiled, giving Naruto an amused smile. He looked up at the bridge and was literally shocked to see the name of it. When they had left they hadn't heard what it would be called. Naruto blinked as he read the sign again just to be sure that he wasn't imagining things. Then he had a huge grin plastered on his face. This was by far one of the coolest things that had happened to him in his life. Already he was having things named after him. He was becoming one great ninja, at least in his own mind. He couldn't wait to get back and tell the others he has a bridge named after him. Naruto knew that Kiba's reaction would be the best, and Lee would try to get a mountain named after him. How come it gets named after Naruto? Sakura sighed, a bit disappointed. I mean, we were all there. Although she knew that she hadn't done much at all, that was kind of depressing thinking back on it. It was when Tamari had shown up that Sakura didn't want to be that kind of ninja anymore, the kind that sat out the battles. She had done a lot better in Snow Country, but she planned to improve some more. Although Kakashi had taken on Zabuza alone, twice even. Plus Sasuke and Naruto had fought, so that was why Sakura felt the team should have been honored. She cast a look to Naruto, who looked happy. She felt a small smile tug on her lips as she watched how excited he was. She guessed it was only natural. Naruto craved attention, and having a bridge named after you was most likely the best kind he could have gotten in life. She just hoped that Tamari would keep his ego in check. The last thing he needed was that to get even bigger. She had lost count of all the trouble he had gotten himself into by thinking how great a ninja he was. It wasn't until recently he was strong enough to make those boasts. Who knows? Kakashi shrugged, smiling. At any rate, we might as well go into town and see if we can track down the mayor's office, as the request was made through them. Then can we see Tazuna, Inari and Tsunami? Naruto asked, hoping that they could find them soon. He really wanted to see them again. Kakashi nodded. It shouldn't be too hard to find the time. I still need to see what the situation currently is and plan out what our next move will be. Naruto looked over to a certain spot as his face grew a bit more solemn as well. I think I'll also visit Haku and Zabuza too. They traveled along the giant bridge as they saw merchants and other people walking on it as well. By the time they crossed it, they looked around. The village sure had a turnaround since Gato's death. There were more businesses opened. Shops and buildings that had been falling apart were being fixed up. The people also seemed to have changed the most. Once where there was this massive air of depression and poverty, there was nothing of the sort around. The people were wearing better clothing, looked a lot more well-groomed and better feed as well. Wow, and this place had been such a bump before, Naruto muttered. Naruto, Sakura said, giving him a slight smack to the head that wouldn't hurt. Don't say things like that out loud. She's right. You have got to learn to be more diplomatic, Tamari told him. She allowed Sakura's disciplining of Naruto only if it was a light hit. She had gone over with the girl what was acceptable and what was not earlier. She needed help in making sure that Naruto learned what was acceptable, but she couldn't watching him all the time. So she had Sakura help out. She had been helping to keep Naruto in line and his ego in check even before she had joined the village. If Naruto wanted to become Hokage, it would not be an easy task, but she knew that he could do it. He just needed the help in becoming the best Hokage the world had seen. So does anyone know where to meet the clients? Sasuke asked. Everyone looked to Kakashi, who gave a pondering thought pose before he just shrugged. Everyone felt a little disappointed in that. There really hadn't been a mayor last time they were here after all, so they have no way to know where the building was located. That's it. I'm just going to ask someone. Naruto muttered as he looked around. He saw a group of kids around his age and decided to walk over to them. Hey there, do you know where the mayor's office is? The others turned around and for a moment they were going to answer, but then they noticed Naruto and the others. They also noticed the leaf symbol on Naruto's head. Everyone in the village knew of the leaf. In fact, ever since Team 7 had left the village, considered the Leaf Village ninjas heroes to their home. Especially those of Team 7, whom many of the kids had started to play in games. Many picked to be Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura. In the streets was a commonplace. Others played the roles of Haku and Zabuza too, but it was Team 7 that was the most popular. One boy got over the shock of seeing actual Leaf Ninja in the village. Hey, are you guys from Konoha? Huh, yeah we are. In fact, this is our second time here. Naruto smiled at them. Second time? Wait. You guys aren't Team 7, are you? The boy said as his eyes widened as he looked them over. Not many had taken good looks at them, but their descriptions had passed through the village. He looked them over, seeing the blonde with strange marks on his cheeks, the tall adult with white hair and a mask and an eye cover. A girl with pink hair and red clothing, a boy with a handsome dark look to him. Tamari, however, the boy couldn't place. He didn't remember more than one girl. Oh my god, it's them. Another boy shouted out. It really is Team 7. That got the attention of many other villagers who stopped to take a good look. There were quickly many people talking and whispering. Some would stare openly in amazement that the heroes had returned to their village. It was a little uncomfortable with the younger ones as they weren't used to it. Even Tamari was feeling a little odd. Most likely because she had caught a few asking who she was, but it was the feeling she was getting from the people around them. In her own village, because of her status and her family, she wasn't very approachable. People had always kept their distance and there was a kind of forced respect and maybe a hint of fear. It had changed a bit when she moved to Konoha, but this was different than anything she had seen. Most of her missions had been the more dangerous kind and not many people knew about them. She had never saved a village before, so seeing how the people reacted with Team 7 made her a little envious. The people in Snow had been nice to them once the princess was put back in power. It was like that here, only more so. If they went back to Snow, would this be the kind of reception she could hope to have? There was a high-pitched squeal and suddenly one of the girls had latched onto Naruto full force in a giant glomp. Naruto wasn't used to this kind of affection from others, so he wasn't sure what to do. Besides, he was married now. He shouldn't let girls just do that, should he? Oh my god, I've wanted to meet you for so long. I saw you as you left, but I couldn't get to see you. I'm one of your biggest fans. Me and the others think you're so cool and cute. Oh, I can't believe I said that. But it's all true. I can't believe you're back. The young green-haired girl said as she hugged him. Thanks. Naruto said, not sure what to do. Tamari, however, did. She walked right up to the girl, grabbed the back of her shirt and yanked her off. She made sure it wasn't too hard, but just hard enough to let the girl know that she was out of place. It would seem that Naruto had a fan club here. Well, obviously the news that he was off the market hadn't reached here. No surprise really. So now she planned to not only set this girl straight but anyone else as well. It was time to mark her territory to everyone. Hey, what the hell was that for? The girl said as she rubbed her butt where she had landed. That was to tell you to keep your hands off my husband, Tamari said coldly to the girl. Everyone was shocked by the news as they looked at the two of them. Husband? Another girl in glasses asked, looking disappointed and surprised. Yes, I'm Tamari Uzumaki, wife of Naruto Uzumaki, and I'm very protective of him. So please let any other girl know that he's mine. I don't mind you being friendly with him. In fact, I encourage it, but there are limits I will not tolerate. Is that clear? Tamari crossed her arms as she gave a very commanding presence. It was no small wonder. She was the daughter of the last Kage of Suna. She was one of the strongest genins in both Konoha and Suna, for both females and males. There was no way she was going to let any girl make Naruto uncomfortable or try and steal him away. Naruto made her happy in life, happier than she had ever been honestly, and she wasn't going to lose it. Plus she still wasn't done with making Naruto's dreams a reality. Kakashi sighed. It looked like they were in for a very unique experience with this mission. He just hoped that a jealous wife wouldn't kill any of the civilians. This was the reason why he preferred those missions that didn't involve lots of exposure. You did your job, got paid for it, and only the ninja would know. When the civilians knew of your accomplishments, that could only made things harder. It would be harder to move around unnoticed, and most likely if the enemy had men planted in the village, by nightfall they would already know they were here. Chapter 22. Reunion. Team 7 made their way through it village. It was still a little odd seeing people take notice of them, but they were slowly getting used to it. They also noticed a few more things. That was that people seemed to have taken to wearing colors associated with the team. A lot of boys were wearing blues, whites, and lots of orange apparently. The girls took to not only wearing more red, but Sakura noticed that several young girls had pink highlights. It was kind of flattering after all. Besides her mother, there was no one else in Konoha had pink hair. Eventually they found themselves to the mayor's residence. Wasn't really that impressive given that this was mainly a fishing village. They were led into the building immediately and into the office of the new mayor. It wasn't much, as the paint even looked fresh. The mayor turned out to be pretty average looking, an older man with thinning gray hair, but looked like he spent most of his time working outside with a deep tan and weathered features. Ah, I'm so glad that Konoha was able to send the team I asked for. The mayor smiled as he got up behind his desk walking towards them. He walked with a bit of a limp, it would seem, from his left leg. I take it you're the mayor of the town and our employer, Kakashi stated. Ah, that would be me. I'm Hiroshi Uchiyamada. We haven't had a mayor since the dark times as Gato killed the last one. But since I can't fish like I used to, my wife thought politics would be the way to go. The man laughed at his own personal joke. Hell, I thought this would be easy, but we never thought that the ghost of our past would come back to us like this. What can you tell me about this man that you said in your report? Kakashi asked. Hiroshi sighed as he sat back down behind his desk. When I heard the story at first I didn't want to believe it, but honestly from all the reports I felt that it was best to be on the safe side. As you know, thanks to your efforts we regained our pride. When this man calling himself Kane showed up and demanded tribute, the people were not going to stand for it. After all, we had just gotten free of one tyrant and didn't want to be put under the thumb of another. But it would seem that he learned a few things from Gato. Like what? Naruto asked. It would see he brought his own ninja as well, the mayor sighed. When the people were gathering around them, 4 cloaked people showed up out of nowhere. They threw several of those knife weapons that you were seen carried. You mean these? Naruto asked, pulling out a kunai. Yes, like that. Well, we may be brave people and we can stand up to normal criminals now, but there is no way we can handle ninja. Several people were injured in the first few moments and many shops were damaged. It could have been worse, but apparently he was giving us a warning. The tribute he wanted is much less than what Gato did to us. We could still live on much better, but we all agreed not to bow down again to a man like that. So you called for ninja to fight the ninja, Kakashi surmised. After all, civilians couldn't handle those trained to fight and kill since children. Then we'll just kick their asses and that Kane guys as well. Naruto yelled out, grinned ear to ear as usual. The mayor smiled at the boy's spirit. That is what we hoped for. Can you tell us where the ninja come from? Tamari asked, speaking up after hearing the story. It would help to know which village they were dealing with or if they were renegades. I'm sorry, but no one could get a good look. They appeared on the buildings and no one could see much of what they looked like, he told her. Kakashi thought about that as he had been thinking the same thing as Tamari. This would complicate things a bit more as he was certain the enemy would know of them, but not knowing who they were up against, that put them at a disadvantage. They couldn't even be sure of the numbers, as 4 could have been anything from all of them or some of them. After the meeting with the mayor, they were on their way to look in on some old friends. Naruto was nearly bouncing by the time they got to the house. Tamari looked at the place, a 2-story wooden home. It looked like it could use some new paint, but it looked kind of homey. She looked to Naruto and she couldn't remember the last time he seemed so excited. Then again, these people were friends he had made and hadn't seen since he left. She gave a small smile at how happy he looked at the moment. Naruto himself wanted to race up to the front door and knock, but he wanted to wait for everyone. He wondered how the family had been doing since he had been gone, especially how Inari was. When they first got here, the boy had been so deep in his own pain he lashed out at the world. But the last he had seen him, he had a new life in him. That made Naruto happy. He knew what it was like to live in the darkness, he had overcame it. He had done so with Inari and Gaara, although he wasn't too sure how he did that, he was just glad for it. It just felt like a personal victory for him whenever that happened. By the time they came to the front door, Naruto knocked and waited. He heard someone walking to the door. "I'll be right there," a woman's voice called out. He knew it was Tsunami. Tsunami opened the door. She had been working on a few things to fix in the home. Ever since her husband had died, she had to take care of such things, with her father working and Inari too young for such work. She didn't mind it, she took pride in her family and home. Plus, with all the new merchants in the village and trade, she could finally get decent materials for the home and for the meals. That last thing she expected to see were the heroes of the village outside her door when she opened it. "Hey Tsunami-san," Naruto said happily to her. "Naruto. And the rest of you, what are you doing back here?" Tsunami was overjoyed at the sight of them all. "We're back here on a mission," Kakashi told her. "Apparently we still have to deal with the fallout of the last time we were here." "Oh, I've heard about that, but I didn't expect you all to come back." Tsunami looked to Tamari, noticing a new member of the team. "Oh, I'm sorry, who are you?" "Tamari Uzumaki," Tamari said to her. "I'm the new member of Team 7. "Oh, I didn't know that Naruto had." Tsunami started up before Tamari interrupted her. "I'm not his sister." The ex-Sunanin sighed. She was getting sick and tired of this. Was it the blonde hair that did it? Sure, blonde wasn't a very common hair color, but still, she didn't look anything like him beyond that. She's actually my wife." Naruto grinned nervously as he starched the back of his head. It was kind of funny seeing Tsunami's eyes widen so large that they might fall out of her head. The last thing she expected was to have Naruto married at his young age, although the girl seemed to be a bit older but pretty. After the shock wore off, she invited them inside. Thankfully, it was fully explained to her how Naruto could be married. She didn't know that ninja villages had such politics after hearing the whole story. Then again, her county didn't have any ninja of their own, and this was just a fishing village. She had no way to know that the great nations were so much more complicated. Although through the story she did notice that things between Naruto and Tamari, the two would share looks and she noticed the closeness with each other. She had to smile seeing them. They were obviously close, which was nice for a political marriage. "So, what can you tell us about what is going on?" Kakashi asked as soon as they had finished their own story. "I thought you were already at the mayor's office." Tsunami asked. "We were, but it never hurts to get other sides to the story. To get the whole picture, it's best to get multiple sources, that way you can get information that might have been left out by accident or design." Kakashi explained, never once looking up from his book. "Makes sense to me," Tamari stated, "plus officials only get the information after it's been disseminated by others." "Huh," Naruto blinked. "She means after a bunch of people have looked through all the information and it's been cut up and only the high points talked about," Sakura explained as she guessed that Naruto had never heard of the word disseminate. Then again, it wasn't really an average word. "Oh, that makes sense." Naruto figured that the people in charge needed to know only the major points or they would be at work all day. He just put that piece of information away when he was Hokage one day. "Well, anyway, what I know is that some time after you left, a man named Kane showed up." Tsunami told them pretty much the same story as the mayor. There were a few things, as she had been in the village market when the man showed up. So they got a first-hand account of the man, and those that had come with him. But nothing much else that they could find out. She hadn't seen the symbols of the ninja either. Although Kakashi knew there was little chance of anything new, it was best to be certain. "Hey Mom, we're home." Inari's voice was heard as footsteps came closer to the room. Inari came into the room with a small bag of new food while his grandfather was behind him with the larger bag. The two had been asked to get some new items at the market for the home. As soon as Inari saw who was in their home, the little boy's face lit up. He dropped his bag and ran up and hugged Naruto. Naruto, you're back. Naruto laughed as he ruffled the boy's head through his ever-present hat. Hey there. Nice to see you again. Well, I take it that you guys are back for the trouble that's been happening, Tazuna said as he had heard that the new mayor was going to hire some protection. Calling in Team 7 was a good political move as it would be popular with the people and it was a group that could be trusted. The old bridge builder had even been offered the job as he had been the one to build the Great Bridge and brought the team here in the first place. But he was a builder, not a damn politician, and he would have been miserable in that job. He wasn't sure on the new mayor that had been elected, but this gave him a good mark in Tazuna's book. It was then he noticed the young blonde woman with them. She had that ninja air about her, but she was a tad different. The girl's posture was straight and she had this air of authority about her. So who's the new girl? Tazuna asked. Tamari sighed as she got the feeling she would have to go through this many times. Thankfully she was saved going through it by Naruto. This is Tamari-chan, my wife. She's pretty great, isn't she? Naruto beamed as Tamari blushed a bit. She quickly tried to hide it. She wasn't used to being praised like that to strangers, plus it was Naruto doing the praising. Huh, you got married. Inari said, his eyes as wide as his mother's had been. Naruto chuckled as he rubbed the back of his head. Yay, a euro, kind of a long story, a euro. After going through it yet again, they all got caught up on what had been going on in the villages. The marriage between Naruto and Tamari as well as her new status as a leaf ninja was the major topic. Another was how Tazuna had started up new contracts for 2 more bridges as well as materials that he made being sent to the rebuilding of Konoha. Naruto had never thought about where all the building materials came from, but given Tazuna's reputation it would seem he was in high demand. Plus he also apparently gave Konoha a slight cut in price as the village was responsible for their good fortunes. Inari had started up school again as they finally got the money to pay for teachers again. He didn't seem to like it much, but he had been making new friends lately. He also said how he wanted to follow in his grandfather's footsteps and become a great builder himself, much to the old man's pride. Tsunami apparently had also started up a small group made up of other housewives. It didn't really have a name, mainly they helped to organize cleanup and restoration of the village as well as helping others get back on their feet. Team 7 was amazed at how much had been done since they had last came here. But soon the sun was starting to fall and Kakashi said they had to make plans on where to stay. Well, I'm certain that I can find some room for you all, Tsunami offered. It really wasn't a big deal for them all to put up with Team 7 again. Actually, we'll be staying at the inn this time, Kakashi told her. Last time you were targeted because of your father, but if we stay here then you'll all be targets again. I'm sure that our arrival hasn't gone unnoticed and I would prefer a place that wasn't your property. If a battle broke out I can't guarantee your safety as you're not our clients. Plus I would rather not have you all used as hostages. Tsunami remembered how those 2 men had come to take her and her son. They had Inari and was threatening to kill him. She had even threatened to kill herself to prevent anything happening to her son. She really didn't want to go through that all over again. If Naruto hadn't shown Upa Euro she didn't want to think on it. But don't worry. I'm sure you'll be seeing us, Kakashi smiled at them all. Village Inn. Later that night Naruto went into his shared room with Tamari. He looked around but so far no one was around. He went to the bathroom and opened the door. He froze as he saw his young wife's back as she was sitting up in the tub drying herself off. He gulped as he gazed at her smooth back, her hair still wet. She always looked good like that, he thought to himself. Oh sorry, I didn't know you were still in here. He blushed at the sight of her. Even though they were married and had been intimate on their wedding night, it was still a little nervous around her like this. He just wasn't totally used to it, but it was getting there. Tamari herself was still getting used to the idea of her husband seeing her naked. She looked to the wall to hide her own blush. It's okay, I was just finishing up. You can bath now. She got out of the tub and wrapped the towel around herself. Naruto swallowed as he nodded his head. He had his own night clothes and other things under one arm as he couldn't help but look at her. She was still very pretty and he knew exactly what was under that towel. He blushed a bit more remembering how he knew and suddenly felt his throat dry. He also really liked it when her hair was loose like it was now. His eyes traveled down to her legs, and he had never really been the type of guy to really look at a girl's parts before. But Tamari was making him into a leg man recently. They were so long and looked very nice to him. Tamari noticed him staring and felt her face heat up. She wasn't used to being viewed like this, but it felt nice to be desired. Normally no one in her village would even dare to think any impure thoughts about her, plus those that did were the lecherous types, and usually a hard glare from her made them quickly move away. But with Naruto it was different. He didn't see her as just some kind of object, he saw her as a woman. She was reminded again of today and how girls would look at him and blush, giggle and make eyes at him. She didn't like that. This was her man, but Naruto never once took advantage of it. He only had eyes for her, and that made her happy too. He was totally loyal and she knew she could trust him with anything. It was the other girls she didn't trust. Ooh, Euro Tamari-chan. Tamari snapped out of her thoughts looking at Naruto, who had stopped taking his clothing off. She could see his bare top and the ever-present necklace he wore. Are you staying? Naruto asked, blushing a bit. Tamari felt embarrassed. He might be thinking she wanted to watch, although a part of her mind said that wasn't a bad idea. She didn't think this was the time or place. Sorry, my mind was somewhere else. She quickly exited the room as she dried off and put on a robe and waited for him. Naruto was enjoying himself in the bathtub. He had refilled it with some more hot water and sighed as he sat in it. So far this had been a unique day. It was nice seeing Inari and his family again, but he couldn't get over how weird it was being looked at as a hero. Sure, he had always dreamed of this moment and said how he would be great one day. But he never knew what it would be like. Yeah, it felt great, but he would have to get used to it. His mind also went back to Tamari, who had been in this tub before him. He swallowed at the thought of her naked body had been here. Sure, they had gotten very close, but it still embarrassed them at times to be so intimate with each other. Although he did smile at the memories of when they were together alone, he wondered if all marriages were like this. Then again, he had only known Tamari only a short time, while most couples knew each other for much longer. But still, he was enjoying married life. It was nice to have someone that you could turn to, someone that would walk beside you for your life. For the first time, the last piece of loneliness that he felt in his heart was gone. As he made friends, that loneliness grew smaller and smaller, but a small amount stayed. It hadn't bothered him, but with Tamari he couldn't feel even that small piece anymore. He sighed as he thought of the things they had done and all the things they would do together in the future. When the water turned cold, he decided he had been in there long enough. Naruto changed into a robe that the hotels usually had and walked into the room. She saw that Tamari had the futon out and prepared. You didn't fall asleep in the water, did you? Tamari asked as he had been in there for a while. I was thinking of checking to make sure you didn't drown. Naruto got a grin on his face as an idea came to him. You know we're married. You don't need excuses to see me naked or join me, you could have just asked. Tamari's face blushed full red at what he said. Be baka. Don't say such perverted things like that. Naruto couldn't help but laugh at her expression. I'm just teasing, Tamari-chan, but you look so cute like that. Tamari didn't say anything as she turned her face to avoid him looking at her blush. Just get into bed. Naruto chuckled as they got into the same futon. Ever since that night they had made love, they slept in the same bed. It was then that he learned something personal about Tamari. She was a cuddler. Either with a pillow or him. He remembered waking up one morning as she had pulled his face into her breasts. Not totally a bad experience, but it was a shock to wake up like that. He slipped under the sheets as he stared up into the ceiling. Hey, Tamari-chan. Yeah, I'm really glad things worked out like they did, he said, smiling, and I kind of look forward to how things go with us. Tamari felt herself smile as she turned around and Naruto moved his arm to let her get closer. She placed her head on his shoulder and wrapped an arm around his waist. It always felt nice being like this, with him so close to her. She had never felt such closeness in her life until recently, and she too was looking forward to their future together. Me too, Naruto-kun. She whispered as she started to feel her body relax against him. She could hear his heartbeat and it sounded like it was going a little fast. Tamari smirked as she thought of a way to get back at him. Is someone excited? Maybe a bit. Naruto blushed a bit. It wasn't easy to not get excited. The robes weren't too thick and he could feel her breasts pressing up against him. Tamari smiled as she not moved herself to be over top of him. Naruto looked to see her robe slowly come undone a little. He could see her cleavage at the moment and any thoughts of sleep were being pushed away. Tamari noticed where his eyes were going and smiled a little. It always felt nice when he noticed her body when they were alone. Sure, she had been a little jealous of all the attention he had been getting from all the girls. She had noticed a few of the boys giving her some looks but she ignored them. Civilians didn't interest her in the bit. Besides, no one could match up to Naruto. Plus another thing she had been thinking about. Although they slept together, they hadn't been intimate since their first night as a married couple. They had been on missions and it was never the right time or place. But they were alone in a hotel room and to be honest, she wanted to feel like a wife again. To be loved by her husband was an experience that she was learning that was addictive. You know, I'm kind of not tired at the moment, she told him. Really? Naruto said nervously. Tamari nodded as she leaned down and kissed him gently. She felt his hands on her waist as their kiss deepened. Naruto felt himself get more and more awake as he had one hand move down to her ass and gently kneaded it. He felt her moan into his mouth as she gently pulled back from him. Do you have any ideas on what we can do before we feel tired? She asked him with a smirk. Sakura yawned as she traveled the hallway. She had gone for a bit of a walk feeling a little restless. Now she was going to her own room. It was odd having her own room for a change. Usually she would share with the others but they were given a very good deal on the rooms. Kakashi and Sasuke were sharing one. Tamari and Naruto were given their own room and that left her the odd one out. She didn't mind. Naruto did snore and apparently Tamari was a heavy sleeper as she had never noticed. She smirked at that. Tamari was lucky for that. She wasn't sure how she could deal with sleeping with a husband that did that. She blushed at the thought of something like that. She hoped that now Naruto wasn't always trying to ask her out, she could concentrate more on Sasuke. But he just seemed as cold as usual. She sighed. She was getting stronger as a ninja but not getting any closer to getting Sasuke to like her as a woman. She passed by one of the doors when she thought she heard a muffled sound. She looked and it was Naruto and Temari's room. Was there trouble already? She remembered how Kakashi said that if the enemy knew where they were, they might attack. She leaned towards the door to make sure she hadn't heard wrong, although she would soon regret that. She could finally make out the sounds as well as some talking. Oh God, right there. That's the spot. Temari's muffled voice could be heard. This feels even better than last time, Naruto said back. Tamari moaned something that Sakura couldn't make out but her eyes widened as she suddenly realized what was going on. She pulled her head back and covered her mouth from making any kind of noise. Her face was all red as her eyes were wide in shock. She quickly ran to her room and hoped that she could forget what she had heard. She never meant to overheard something like that. It would be a long night for Sakura as it would be for the newlywed couple close to her room but for different reasons. Elsewhere, miles away from the village, there was an old fort. This had once been used in the age before ninja. When the lands were ruled by many feudal lords, in fact it was just one of many. All over the known world you could find these places that remained of the old days. Many had been taken by lords or dukes over the years, many others fell into disrepair, some like this one fell into the hands of companies or other rich men and women of power. This had once been Gato's base of operations in the land of Wave, that is until his death. Now it served a new master, Kane. Kane had been a high-up employee of Gato, one of many in fact. He had been running the smuggling side of things when he had heard that Gato had been killed. As soon as word spread, every member of the organization with ambition went for the empty seat of power. For months a bloody feud over it took the lives of many. Many more were hired to replace the small armies of thugs, villains and criminals. Many hadn't the foresight to last long, using all their money and resources on manpower, others using them to hire assassins. Kane had been different. He held back as he had slowly built up his own empire. With his smuggling he had a large amount of money coming in. It wasn't easy to keep it running when others tried to move in on his turf. But with proper planning he had waited for the other main factions to bloody themselves enough so that they were weak. It was then in one fell swoop he came out of nowhere and smashed the others. He knew that he had to make an example, to show that he was the one to rule now. He killed the leaders and their highest minions and absorbed the rest into his own forces. Now he lead the remains of the old gang as well as all the new members. He had been slowly regaining the territories lost in the Gado's fall. It was now that he had his sights on one of the last remaining areas, and he was starting with the very place Gado was killed. Although Kane had seen the profits of squeezing villages dry, it was short-sighted. You can't get blood from a stone and you can only bleed the people until there is nothing left. But he hadn't been in charge then, now things were different. He used intimidation and fear for the people like before, but the tribute was lowered. The villages and businesses would pay, and although the profit wasn't as much, it would last much longer. Besides, he had plans to expand his criminal empire. But lately he had heard disturbing rumors and sent a few men to see for himself if they were true. The office was large, just as Gado had left it, but Kane had changed the copyright core a bit for his own tastes. There were less gaudy and more stylized pieces of art and items. The large desk was made out of pure oak and his chair had a long back, almost making it look like a throne. Everything was made to be larger than life and to intimidate. Kane himself was a taller man than Gado was. Although his hair held strands of gray, his face looked like it had been chiseled out of rock. At the moment he was looking at one of the men that had been infiltrating the village. So, the village has hired ninja again then? Kane asked, hearing the report. Yes sir, but not just any team. This is the team that was responsible for Gado's death on the bridge, sir. Kane had another difference than Gado, that was he knew that ninja weren't to be trifled with. With their abilities with that chakra stuff, they were far more dangerous than any of his normal men. He had a feeling that if he tried anything with that village they might seek out help again. Now it would seem that Kane would have to use them again after all. It would be expensive, but it couldn't be helped. Very good. Get back there and keep an eye on things. I need a full report on the entire team if you can, and send in Gray. I need him to deliver a message for me. Kane dismissed his man and was left alone to brood on this. Things were getting dangerous now. He had to play this out carefully or he could suffer the same fate as Gado had. Chapter 23. Trouble on the way. The next morning saw the team having breakfast together with Tazuna and the rest of his family. Kakashi didn't mind spending time with the family, it was good to see them actually. Too many times missions he had done in the past had been bloody, horrible, and things that had been done in the shadows. Sure, it made their current mission a bit difficult, but it was nice to see that a ninja can impact the world in a positive way. He had to admit that his team had done a lot for the town, maybe in some way it evened out his karma in life. His thoughts drifted through, back home. Looking at everyone here happy around a breakfast table, when had been the last time he had ever been in a position like this? His own mother died when he had been so very young that he barely remembered her, and his father, well, he had killed himself when Kakashi had been 11 years old. Ever since then he had lived alone, ate alone at home, cooked for himself and everything else. After the deaths of Rin, Obito and Minato he had shut out the world for a long time before others managed to open him up some. Now looking around the table it felt a bit alien to him. He put on a good face, but he was always good at masking his real emotions. In fact, it had only been recently that things had been slightly different with him, mainly thanks to a certain purple-haired ninja. His mind drifted to Anko. Ever since they started well, whatever it was between them, after sex they would be too tired and just fell asleep. It had been odd the first time, that morning after hadn't exactly been easy. Neither one was sure what to say or do, but by now they had a decent routine. Plus a few ground rules, mainly whose place they were at, they did the cooking in the morning. It was why he had a fresh stock of green tea, as she apparently loved that stuff almost as much as Dango, a surprise to him. She also kept a few things he liked as well at her place. Thinking of Anko brought out confusing emotions in him, things he hadn't really felt before. When she was around he felt a bit calmer, well on the inside, with Anko around things were never truly calm. The woman was full of energy, mischievous, and so things were never dull. But that's what made life more interesting. Even her faults, like how she kept rearranging his stuff because she claimed her system was superior. Well, he did the same to her place in retaliation. Little games like that he found himself enjoying. But they were just friends, were they? Then again, how many friends had sex together was another question. It had been her idea after all not to complicate things, and he felt the same. So why did things suddenly feel more complicated? At any rate, he looked around and something was odd. For some reason, Sakura was very quiet. She looked like she hadn't gotten much sleep for some reason, and she kept avoiding looking at Naruto and Tamari's direction. At first he thought she was angry at either one or both of them, but there was no malice in it. In fact, the one time he caught her looking up and had to answer a question Tamari asked, the young pink-haired Gert would blush and quickly look away after she answered. That got Kakashi's interest, as whatever was going on seemed to give him the impression he missed something funny. He mentally shrugged as he thought of what to do next. It was obvious that by now there would be spies already in the town looking for them and reporting back. If he could find those and maybe track them back to whenever this cane was based, they could take the fight to him and avoid any combat in the village. It would help matters from a tactical point. The only problem was how to flush out any spies. He looked at his team. It was a little manipulative, but in the ninja world that was how their life worked. If could have his team go out among the town, and he could have his ninja dogs in the shadows watching. With their senses they could tell if someone would be following them, then the dogs could backtrack them to their boss. The only problem was if the opposition had hired ninja of their own, then they would find his dogs. Thankfully they knew to go back to where they came from if things got nasty, but it was still a risk. But then, risk was what their lives were about. If they wanted a safer life they should have become civilians. Well then, while we're here, why don't you four go out for a bit? Kakashi smiled at them. Huh, what about out mission? Naruto asked. Well, I'm going to look for some information. Unless we know where this Kane person is, the only thing we can do is simply wait for him to show up. Kakashi explained to the four of them. Is that wise? Tamari asked the Jonin. What if they send people into the village while we're just out like that? That's why you'll be in teams of two. Kakashi smiled at them. I want you two always together just in case of that same thing. This way you won't be caught alone and you can cover each other. There was a moment's pause. The kids weren't too sure, although it would be nice to see how the village had prospered. Kakashi threw in that they could also train for a bit if they wanted to. That was all it was needed to get Naruto fired up. Plus he wanted to show Inari the new moves he learned since he had last been here. Tamari of course decided to go with her young husband, since she felt like a bit of training, also to keep an eye on him. Well, more of any pushy girls. She trusted Naruto, but the boy didn't know how to handle girls. That left Sakura, and Sasuke said boy didn't show much enthusiasm, although Sakura was glad to have some space from the married couple. She still couldn't look at them without visuals of what she had heard last night. Eventually Sakura offered to help Tsunami with shopping as a way to repay for the woman's hospitality. Plus it brought back memories of her first visit to this place as well. Hopefully the stores would be better stacked and she wouldn't find children going hungry in the streets. Naruto and Tamari ended up going for a bit of training. Inari wanted to join in, at least to watch. He hadn't seen what Team 7 did last time and he really wanted to see what new things Naruto learned and also what Tamari could do. So they walked to the lake that was near the town with the forest in it. It was isolated and a perfect place to train, although it was also very nostalgic with Naruto as he looked around the area. Team 7 learned to climb trees. On the way they seemed to pick up a few others, mainly boys and girls ranging from Tamari to Inari's ages. It seemed that they would have a bit of an audience. Naruto of course loved the attention. Tamari not so much. All these people would make training harder and she knew that Naruto's focus would be messed up because of it as well. Naruto led the way as he still remembered how to get to the area. He stopped at two trees and smiled looking at them. What is it? Tamari asked walking up to him. See those marks? Naruto pointed at all the cuts into the two trees. This is where we learned how to tree climb. Sakura-chan made it in one go, but me and Sasuke spent hours trying to get up it. Tamari smirked at the sight of all the marks on the trees. At least he was as bad as you seem to have been. Yeah, hey, wait a minute. Naruto turned to his smirking wife. You're too easy to tease, you know that. She smiled at him. Not for the first time. Naruto was wondering if teaching her how to joke around and relax had been a good thing. Well, he could always find a way to get back at her later. It was one of the little games they played with each other and they made sure they didn't cross any lines either. So what's the new stuff you learned, huh? Inari asked the older boy. Naruto grinned as he saw the perfect thing, a very large rock that was the perfect shape and size. He could use a tree, but honestly he wasn't sure which way the tree would fall. Getting some civilians killed by a falling tree in training wouldn't be a good thing. He started off with a clone as usual as he got into the right position. What's he doing? I've already seen this before. Inari wondered. Just wait, Tamari said, smiling at Naruto. What you're about to see is something very few people get to see. Only 3 people that I know of this technique. Naruto used the clone to mold the chakra that he gathered and formed his most powerful move. He dispelled the clone as he slammed the Rasengan into the giant rock. The ball of destructive chakra slowly chewed through the stone like it was nothing. In a few seconds the Rasengan went right through the rock, splitting it into several pieces. Naruto pulled his hand back to avoid it getting caught in the shards as he looked back to the group. He couldn't help himself grinning at the sight of everyone in awe of his jutsu. He couldn't help but love the attention. In a ninja village it was hard to impress people, but here where ninja were more heard of than seen, it was a lot easier. Hey Tamari-chan, how about you show them what you can do? Naruto asked his wife. If they were impressed by that, then he could bet they would be really impressed. Tamari's jutsus were very powerful and a sight to behold. Tamari looked over the lake and nodded to herself. This would be the perfect place for her style of training. She doubted that clear-cutting the forest would win her points, although she did learn that logging and crafting was a secondary industry for this village. The lake is a much better training area. She pulled her iron fan out from behind her. She opened it up all the way to 3 moons. She wanted to really let loose for some reason. Maybe it was also to show just how strong she was, and yet another way to show to those girls she noticed looking at Naruto, that if they wanted him they had to get through her first. It was strange, she was never this possessive in her life before, but Naruto was the exception. As everyone saw the fan unfold, many had no idea that the large item she carried had been a huge fan. Inari looked at it confused on how that could be used as weapon and decided to say so. Why do you have a fan? I thought ninja carried really cool weapons. The young boy asked, not noticing the slight tick Tamari got. She hated it when people bad-mouthed her choice in weapon just because it wasn't a more standard ninja weapon. Thankfully for the boy, Naruto stepped in. Oh, trust me, Tamari-chan's fans are awesome. She can make huge wind blasts. I've seen her slice up trees in training with them. Tamari smiled hearing Naruto's voice. She could feel the pride he had in her. That was something she rarely felt in her life. There had only been Baki and one other that ever praised her skills. Hearing that make her think back to those times. Both the good and the bad, but she pushed that away as she got herself ready. Wind Scythe Jutsu. She shouted as she swung the iron fan before her. Raging winds blew out of the fan as the water of the lake looked like it was in the middle of a storm. The water splashed all over the place as it was displaced by the winds. Large waves were formed. Even the water that rose up looked like it was being cut and then sent out. It was a powerful and awesome sight to hold for all the non-ninja that looked on. Tamari moved the fan behind her with the grace of a dancer as she looked back at everyone. Wow, Tamari-san is so cool. One of the females shouted out, and soon many were looking at Tamari with what could only be described as naked admiration. Tamari wasn't used to being praised like that. She tried to hold back a blush, not wanting to seem too eager for it. Naruto, however, couldn't help but smile at how people were accepting Tamari. Seeing her like this, he felt a sense of pride and something else burning inside of him. He paused as he really looked at her, holding her fan out with the water behind her, the sun hitting her just right. He really did like her. Actually, it was more than that, he was sure. Tamari was the first he told his secret to and accepted him, the first girl he kissed, and well, also the first girl he lost his virginity to. He felt a slight blush at those memories. Although they had only done that a few times, he now saw what the big deal was with sex. Although it didn't seem like just simple sex to him, but something more. But looking at Tamari now and thinking back to everything he felt, this warmth flood his chest. Was love really felt like? He wondered, was he really falling in love with Tamari? They spent all that time together, slept in the same bed, and did all kinds of things together. She filled his life in ways he never knew before. Plus she looked so beautiful in that moment, so powerful, so pretty and confident. He was glad that he was put into this arranged marriage. At first he had been so worried it would have been an empty one, but it wasn't. I think her moves are even better than yours, Inari said, grinning up at the boy. Huh. Hey, wait a minute, the Rasengan was created by the fourth Hokage and only the greatest ninja know of it. It's just a ball. Did you see what she just did though? That was really awesome. Inari said back to Naruto. Naruto just sighed. Was his jutsu really not all that flashy? Well, no matter, he still felt the Rasengan was the coolest thing he had. Although maybe he should start with his wind training while Tamari was here, he still could use the help and then he could use his own kick-ass wind jutsus as well. Sakura and Sasuke, the two other members of Team 7, were walking in the business district of the village. Sakura could really tell the difference. The stands had not only more items but in better quality. She already had a small bag worth of food that Tsunami needed. She cast a worried look to Sasuke. The boy hadn't said a word the entire time. She tried to get him to talk but he only communicated in non-verbal ways. She was starting to worry about him as lately he had been a bit more distant with everyone. Ever since he had been put into the hospital by his older brother Itachi, there had been this darkness inside of him. She didn't know the full details, but something had obviously happened. Sasuke had been thinking long and hard while Sakura shocked, mainly about his lack of power. When he heard that Itachi was after Naruto, he had run off to his teammate. Finally, after all these years, he had met his brother since that day Itachi had killed everyone. All the pain and rage he had kept inside of his heart exploded upon seeing him. He tried his strongest attack that he learned from Kakashi, and what did it get him? He was thrown down like a doll. The power his brother had was more than he had thought. Sasuke honestly thought he was strong, but that day he had seen truth's strength. Then he had looked into his brother's eyes and was thrust back into that hellish nightmare for 3 days. It had just been too much. He had been put into a coma from just that one technique. But it felt like forever for him. All these years, all the training, all the blood and sweat, it had been all for nothing. He was still weak. He needed power. Real power to crush Itachi and avenge all those the man had slaughtered. He hadn't seen all the bodies that night, but he knew that Itachi had slaughtered without mercy. Men, women, elderly, even the children were killed, innocent ones that had no reason to be killed. His own parents as well, leaving him all alone in the world. He always wondered why he had lived and everyone else had been killed. Was it just because he was Itachi's brother? Was there some reason for it? Well, Sasuke didn't care for the reason. As long as he breathed, Itachi would die for his sins. But not as he was now. Sasuke needed to train more and to learn a lot more. But where would he get that from? Kakashi was training them all equally, but it was slowing his own training. Sakura was a weak link in the team since day one. At least Tamari was competent. In fact, he was feeling a bit envious of Naruto at the moment. Tamari was a fine specimen of a female ninja. Someone like that was the type of woman Sasuke wanted to help him revive his clan. Only a strong woman would do. It was a shame that they chose Naruto. Although why they chose the idiot was beyond him. It was just another thing that made no sense. Why did Naruto suddenly get so much stronger in these last few months? In the academy he had been the loser, the dead last all the time. Yet it had been Naruto that had defeated Gaara, that had defeated that masked ninja in Wave with the ice mirrors, both enemies that he couldn't beat, and yet the idiot had. It was Naruto that got training by one of the legendary Sannin. Why? What made him so special? There was nothing special about him, and yet he kept getting stronger and trained by legends. That was why he had started to train in his curse mark in secret. He knew Kakashi wouldn't let him, but he needed that power. But it wasn't enough. The learning was slow and he didn't know enough about the curse mark. He needed something more, but he didn't know what. His mind being pulled back into the present, he looked around the area. Sakura was buying something and he looked on. A few girls were pointing and giggling at him, most likely saying how cute he was and other such things girls had been saying about him since he could remember. Personally, he could care less what they said. Something caught his eye as he thought he saw movement in the corner of his vision. He carefully looked again, but whatever it was gone now. Maybe it had been his imagination, but he swore he felt a presence following them. He shrugged it off as they continued on. Not far away in an alleyway a figure loomed in the shadows. Sasuke had been right that someone had been following them. In fact they had been shadow for quite some time. As the two genins went on the figure kept their distance as the two were followed. Elsewhere. Urshui never was one for tracking, even if he was one of the ninja hounds that Kakashi used. The white dog with the blue vest was one of the 8-dog team that was assigned to Kakashi Hatake after he had signed the contract with them years ago. Personally he liked being given to Kakashi because the man always was given good missions and he still remembered that one with that mist ninja that tasted like blood and water. He didn't bother remembering names, especially the ones of the enemy. But although he was great at attacking, he, like the other dog bull, preferred actual combat. But that was not the case this time. This time their summoner wanted them to keep an eye on the kids. He had been following the one that smelled like a fox and ramen, with the one that smelled of the dessert. He had been hiding all that time but finally he had noticed a strange scent in the trees. He was now following him as the other smaller dog Biscuit stayed behind just in case. So for the last hour he had been following the human who was now sneaking out of the village towards the forest. The man was named Guro. He had been part of one of the crime groups that had been swallowed up by Kane when he took over all of Gato's old territory. Well, no matter for him, old boss or new as long as he got paid. Although he didn't like going into that village, it held a nasty rumor among the organization that said the place was a curse on them all. It was the reason why they had never tried to go back there. After what happened with Gato and those that the villagers hadn't caught while escaping, no one went there anymore. He really wished he wasn't sent to that place, and to make things worse the ninja team that had come before seemed to be back again. Guro didn't take this as a good sign. At any rate he would report back to those new ninja that the boss hired. They were supposed to be around this area somewhere, but damn if he could find them. Then again these were ninja after all. Where the hell are they? Guro asked himself, feeling a bit nervous. He felt like someone had been watching him, but then again he always was paranoid. I hope you're talking about us, a voice came from behind him. Guro turned around and was surprised to see 5 members in brown cloaks. He was sure they hadn't been there before, but he later realized that he shouldn't be too surprised. A large male stepped forward who seemed to be the leader of this group. They carried no symbol of what village they were from, a telltale sign that they were renegades or outlaws. No surprise there. After all, the ninja that Gato had hired had been the same. It was common practice for criminals to hire outlaw ninja, as those ninja worked cheaper and for anyone to earn a living and to keep one step ahead of hunter ninja. I take it you have a report. It was more a statement than anything by the large man. This full bulk was hidden by the cloak and hood, but it only seemed to make the man even more intimidating. Why yes, it seems that the village hired that same team as last time. I heard the rumors that they had a new member, but I didn't see who it was. But they're all in the village at the moment, it would seem. Guro said. Where you followed? Came the voice of a slim one with long silver hair but with the sides totally shaved. The man had a wild look in his eyes as he looked at Guro, almost like he was prey. Oh, of course, even I would have noticed a person following me. Guro said in his defense. He checked behind him all the time, even a ninja he should have seen at least one sign. Then how do you explain that? The slim one said as he threw out his arm. Several large discs flew out. As they went a certain distance, 4 sharp blades extended from them. They went into a bush as a yelp was heard and something that left a puff of smoke. Jin, what was that all about? The large leader asked. There was an animal that had been following him, a white dog of some kind. At first I thought it was a wild one, but it acted with a lot more intelligence. It had been watching us the entire time and I'm pretty sure it was listening. The one named Jin explained to him as his sharp gray eyes looked at Guro. You let yourself be tracked back here. I never thought to look for an animal, but you killed it, didn't you? Guro felt more fear than ever at the moment. He swore that he hadn't been followed and it was proven a lie, plus there was no telling what would happen. Also that Jin guy was seriously creeping him out. Those gray eyes were cold like a killer. Yes, how about it? A female of the group spoke up. Jin sighed. Turns out it was a summons. I heard the sound and saw a bit of smoke. That means it returned safely back to its home before being killed. Now the master who summoned it will call it back and find out where our friend here went. Plus, since it was a dog, it's most likely had the man's scent now. So he's useless then. A slightly muffled voice was heard. This one had bandages all over the face with the exception of the eyes. Not entirely. There is still one thing we could use him for. Jin, it's time for you to make some traps and to bait them. The leader told him. Traps? Guro asked, looking at them as the female of the group turned to face him. Jin is an expert at trap making. She explained to him. So what's the bait? Guro asked, sweating. It was then he noticed how silent things were and how they were all looking at him. He knew what the bait was now, so he did the only thing he could think of. He tried to run. He got about a meter before his world went dark as a pain hit him in the back of his neck. Chapter 24. The Trap. When his dogs reported in, Kakashi took notice of the missing member of the team. After he sent one back to check to see if the missing member returned to their home, both dogs came back. Apparently Biscuit had followed a human and who came in contact with a ninja team. Unfortunately he couldn't say anything more as he had nearly been killed and had transported back to their home before being fatally killed. Kakashi, after being showed the path the man took, got the scent and the trail. Now he knew where the man went and the direction. The only problem was that the enemy force was already aware that they were onto them. So this led to two possibilities. The enemy would attack in a preemptive strike or lay a trap for them. There were at least 5 of them, but he wanted to take them on, one at a time. There was no way to tell their levels of skill, what they could do, and many other unknowns. Waiting around for an attack was out of the question. The civilians would get caught in the fighting and could be used as hostages. Plus urban fighting was always tricky, even if you knew the layout of the city. There were too many places to hide and too many unknowns that can change. He would have to have them take the fight to them, take down their numbers, forcing the others to withdraw. Then track them to their hideout, and then they could plan for that part of the mission when they reached that point. So he gathered up his team and laid out the attack plan. They would go in a wide spiral pattern around the last known area that the spy had been seen. This way they wouldn't go straight into the obvious trap that would be set, also it would allow them to notice anything on their way as they slowly made their way to the center. If the enemy force was spread out, then they would attack and overwhelm one member and take them out fast. That would give them the numbers advantage early on into the fight. So now Team 7 was traveling the treetops of the forest. They were in a 5-man diamond formation at the moment. Kakashi was in the lead as his senses were the sharpest and he had done this maneuver plenty of times on missions. He could lead them in the correct pattern without going too close or far from the path. The 3 behind him were Naruto and Tamari on the sides with Sakura in the middle. Since Naruto and Tamari were the powerful ones, they were to protect their flanks with Sakura as backup for whoever needed it. Sasuke was last as he was to protect their rear, and with the Sharingan he could keep a better eye out than the others. Although this was the safest way to reach the target, it was also the longest and the more boring. At least Naruto threw that. He wanted to charge in, but of course he had been shot down with that idea by both Sakura and Tamari. He sighed, as he kept an eye out for trouble. Kakashi so far had led them into the largest circle of the pattern and moved a bit closer. They had made about a half circle when he pulled his hand up flat in the air. The team quickly gathered behind a large rock that Kakashi had stopped behind. He slowly slid his head around it to take a look. He had seen something in the distance and now he wanted to make sure. In the distance he saw a figure hunched down looking towards the area where the man his dog had tracked had last been seen. Seems like they're watching the area, Kakashi thought as he scanned the area. Looks like only him, but either they're spread out evenly in S circle or they're in small groups. Can't see the other one if they're in partners, but I can't see everywhere. They could also be behind the tree somewhere out of my line of sight. Kakashi figured that this was the best way to take out 1 or even 2 members of the enemy force from the start. The noise would draw attention towards them, so if things went well he would pull them back and attack the enemy when they rushed in. He gave a few signals with his hands. This was something all ninja learned while in the academy as it was basic for survival in the field. Kakashi would attack from this position with Sakura and Sasuke, while Naruto and Tamari encircled them so they could attack from the rear. This way the enemy would be caught between them, as they needed to get this over with quickly as possible. The team split off as they moved silently to attack. Naruto was eager for a fight as ever. He couldn't believe that someone was going to harm Inari's village again. That village had started to come back and someone wanted to ruin it all. For Naruto, this was a bit more personal for him, but he couldn't wait to kick all the asses of all these guys. Plus, this was also the first real mission with Tamari on the team. With her on the team, he knew they would be awesome. Although he hadn't noticed a thin wire set up on the branch where he had just stepped on until it was too late. Wah! Naruto looked down, feeling something catch his leg, and noticed the thin wire. Tamari saw it as well as his eyes widened. Time seemed to slow down as she grabbed his jacket and pulled him down with her as they both started to fall off the treetops. She made it just in time as several kunai attacked to the trigger wire hit the trunk, just missing them. But it turned out it was a good idea for Tamari to pull him out of the tree, as the kunai had explosive tags on them. They exploded, sending pieces of wood out over the area. Tamari could feel a sting of a few cuts on an arm, but she had bigger issues with the ground coming up fast. Naruto wasn't sure what was going on at first, that is, until the explosion happened. He quickly formed as many clones as he could. They grabbed both the real Naruto and Tamari, and when they were all about to hit the ground, the clones threw them up as they slammed into the ground. The clones turned into smoke as they hit, but Tamari and Naruto managed to get onto a low-hanging branch. But by then, the entire stealth part of the plan was no longer an issue. The enemy in the tree heard all the noise. Kakashi had hoped they could pull this off, but no battle plan survived first contact, and you couldn't predict everything. His team rushed forward to try and surprise the man, but when Kakashi's foot hit the branch he had just stepped on, something was off. The branch gave way as it broke. He managed to see that part of the branch had actually been cut through, making it really weak. He tumbled forward as he was unbalanced and tried to right himself. He managed to flip himself a bit forward with his momentum, and it was a good thing he had. When he landed, his heels weren't on solid ground. He nearly lost his balance again as the ground he had landed on wasn't totally solid. He threw himself forward as he looked back at the ground behind him. The branch had fallen through the grass as he realized that there was a hole under the ground. The branch had been cut so a person would fall into a tiger trap, and if he was a betting man he would bet there were spikes under that false grass top. Now things were starting to make sense as to why he didn't see anyone else. They had the unfortunately luck to run into a trap user. He hated fighting trap users when they had time to prepare. You never know the kinds of things they would come up with. He looked up to see their prey was already gone. This was bad. There was no telling what else was here, and that explosion would alert the rest of the enemy force to their location. They had to work fast now. They could be overwhelmed if they dragged this out. He shouted out the warning of the traps to his team in case they didn't understand the situation. He had to gather up the team. He saw Sasuke and Sakura not far away and told them to follow him. He had to get to Tamari and Naruto to make sure that they hadn't been harmed by the explosion. He had only gotten a few meters when he suddenly jumped back, a glint of light off metal, his only warning as a sword came at his blind side. Kakashi got a kunai out in time to stop apparently a second sword. The man before him wasn't the target he had been looking for. The man was slimmer build with the same dusty cloak but with a bandana on his head. He was also fighting with two ninjutsu-type swords. Unlike a katana, these blades were a bit shorter and great for slashing and quick movements. The man's face grinned as Kakashi took notice of a few scars on the face, little ones but still noticeable. "Oh, I know that face," the sword wielder smirked. "The famous Kakashi Hatake always did want to fight someone of your caliber." "Sorry, but I don't know yours," Kakashi said as they traded blows with their weapons. He was a bit hard-pressed to match up with the blades. The man was obviously skilled in sword play, a specialist in that field. That much was obvious to him. Although he couldn't see any symbol on him for what village he was from, so they were rogues then. "The name is Natsu, but sorry to say that's all I'll give you," the man now known as Natsu told Kakashi. "Yes, well, I need to finish this to help my team out. My friend Jin will deal with your kids. Besides, you should be more worried about yourself," Natsu said as the attacks increased in speed. Kakashi barely had time to pull out another kunai to his free hand to help with the deflecting of the blades. Even with the Sharingan helping him, the man's abilities were impressive. Kakashi was thought to how he wished he had fixed his father's blade. That weapon would have been perfect to have in a fight like this. But there were a lot of issues he had with the blade, mainly what memories it held the day it broke. For Sasuke and Sakura things weren't getting much better as they had to cross over a field of booby traps. However, they did manage to get closer to Kakashi as he was battling Natsu the swordsman. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura called out to him. I'm fine. Go check on Naruto and Tamari, Kakashi ordered as he was deep in his fight. The two genins didn't need to be told twice as they left to check on their two teammates. Tamari groaned as felt her arm. She saw the cuts into the sleeve of her white battle dress and saw a little blood but nothing too bad. Even though when she moved her arm to experiment, she could feel a slight pang of pain when the arm moved a certain way. Most likely she had a couple of slivers of wood in her arm. She would have to get that looked at when they could before it got infected. Tamari-chan, are you okay? Naruto asked her. He could see her wince in pain when she moved her arm. He felt guilty. He had been the one to trigger the trap and she nearly got killed saving him from it. Although he had saved them from the fall, she looked hurt and he had promised himself to take care of her. Just a little banged up, she told him to put him at ease. She could see the worry in his eyes. They were always the most emotional part of his face and she knew enough that she could tell his mood just by looking into those blue eyes of his. He needed to get his head together too. She couldn't let him get distracted in a moment like this. Then she heard the sound of fighting and she could make out Kakashi fighting someone else in the small open area in the forest. Damn, we need to hurry, Naruto-kun. Where did the other one go? Tamari looked around for their first target but he wasn't in the trees anymore. Naruto looked around as well as he noticed the same thing as her. He mentally cursed himself. He couldn't believe that he triggered that trap and nearly got himself and Tamari killed. People always kept telling him not to jump into things headfirst but he was just impulsive, he couldn't help it. But he would think later. Right now their enemy had just disappeared. A loud commotion was heard where the others were and he guessed they had run into some trouble as well. A loud whistling sound was their first and only warning as they dodged out of the way of a dozen Senbon needles hitting where they had been. Tamari winced when she grabbed her battle fan. Her shoulder was swelling up and it was making it hard to use it. She had to use both hands to really use the massive weapon. She could use the smaller battle fans that Naruto gave her, but they weren't as powerful. She took a step and felt something in the ground give way with a click sound. Damn it! She cursed as she jumped out of the way of yet another trap. This one was a log with stakes put on it that slammed into where she had been and embedding itself into the trunk of a nearby tree. She was seriously getting pissed off at this guy. Naruto wasn't doing any better. He was good at setting traps but he was never very good at avoiding them. Well, if for not setting them off, he did have an unnatural ability to survive traps and he was thankful for that now. He saw Tamari in trouble and tried to get closer to her. They needed each other to beat this guy and he could tell he was trying to separate them. He heard someone coming up behind him and so he quickly performed a substitution with a log nearby when several kunai tried to embed into his back. Naruto reappeared nearby and now he could see the guy that had been attacking them. He looked kind of skinny with white hair, and the guy was grinning like a maniac which was kind of unsettling. Well, you must live a charmed life, boy, Jin snickered at him. Now many have lived that long while I've placed my traps around the area. But that won't matter too much, it's not like a couple of kids can take me out. Oh yeah, we're not just kids, we're Konoha ninja and we're going to kick your asses for trying to harm this village. Naruto brazenly declared to the other man. Hey, you're full of confidence, aren't you? Jin laughed a bit. Yeah, and you're going to see why, Naruto yelled out as he created a clone while running. He had one hand held out to the clone as they formed the Rasengan together. The clone then jumped onto the shoulders of the original as he launched himself off at the other ninja. Jin threw out several small bombs that exploded, taking out the clone and leaving smoke in the way. Jin jumped back but Naruto had taken advantage of the smoke as well. He altered his course and jumped through the smoke. The Rasengan slammed into the body of the ninja. Naruto grinned as he thought he caught the guy but something was wrong. The Rasengan had worked but the guy wasn't reacting. Gotcha, Jin said as he seemed to balloon up. Naruto was caught in an explosion. The real Jin stepped out from behind a tree chuckling. Although he specialized in traps, he was also good at earth jutsu. That was a special earth clone of his that he kept on hand for just like moments like this. It held several explosives inside of it so when it was damaged the earth clone would set it off. All too easy. Jin grinned, although that was an impressive attack the boy had, he admitted to himself. He certainly didn't want to get caught by it. Now it was time for the girl. He hadn't gotten a good look at her as he was more focused on the boy, but how much trouble could a girl genin be? He looked across the field to see the blonde-haired girl, but he froze when he saw her fan. He knew that style of fighting. She was a long-range wind user, not a good opponent to fight when he was this far from her. Tamari had managed to see what had happened to Naruto and gritted her teeth. She didn't want to think how hurt Naruto might be, she was only focused on the man that had hurt her husband. She put all her strength into her holding her fan and focusing her chakra, ignoring the pain in her shoulder. She swung her fan fully exposed as she used as powerful a wind blast as she could, but the man seemed to be prepared. Most would try their own attack not knowing the full power of a wind user like her, but this man must have fought someone like her to know most attack would just be blown back. She cursed as the man jumped out of the range of her wind blast. Normally that wouldn't be a problem, but with her shoulder she wasn't sure how many times she could use that. The pain that had flared up was very distracting for her focus. Jin saw that the girl was favoring one of her arms. In that case he had a plan already set out. He would tire her out a bit more, and then when she couldn't hold it any longer he would attack. Maybe even move her to one of the traps that was a few meters to her left. He was about to try and move himself to get into a better position when suddenly half a dozen pairs of hands grabbed onto him from behind. What the hell? Jin shouted, trying to see who it was, and saw many copies of the genin he thought he had just killed. The clones were looking slightly singed looking, but they grinned as they held him into place. "Welcome to our trap," one of the clones said to him. Tamari was surprised to see Naruto's clones. That meant that the real Naruto was still alive and well. She heard motion to her right and saw Naruto coming towards her. He had looked better, but he seemed okay. "Naruto, what happened?" He grinned at her. "The Rasengan took most of the explosion and flew me back into some bushes." She was momentarily surprised, but then she tried not to laugh. Naruto, she had learned, had the most bizarre luck in life. Things that would normally kill another he seemed to find a way out of. She looked back to her target now that he couldn't move and grinned herself, but this was more predatory. Now the ninja wouldn't be able to dodge her next attack. She tried to lift her fan, but Winston nearly dropped it, but Naruto had managed to help her catch it before it fell. "I'll help," Naruto told her in a serious tone. She saw the look in his eyes. This was the same look she had seen back in his fight with Gaara. They were the eyes of a ninja that would never lose, a look that made her get a shiver down her spine, but this was a more pleasant sensation. She nodded her head as they held her fan together. "Give me the chakra and I'll use it," Tamari told him, but only a bit. She was glad she remembered to add that last part. She had no idea just how much chakra she could mold herself, but the amount that Naruto could use would be too much. She felt the rush of chakra filling her fan from him. All those months of training him in wind chakra had been very beneficial for this moment. When she used her fan, the wind was like feeling the breeze of a windstorm. With Naruto, it felt like she was feeling the winds of a hurricane. It was so primal and focuses that it took her by surprise. She had never felt anything like this in her life. The wind was nearly uncontrollable as it came from her fan. She had never used such a wind attack in her life. The ground itself was tearing itself out of the ground. Rocks were being lifted and sent flying. Trees were bending as bark was ripped from their trunks. The ninja never stood a chance. His screams were drowned out by the wind as he was flung back into a tree. Other trees broke down around him as he was buried in tree, earth, rock and anything else. By the end of it there wouldn't have been much left of the man, and if he had survived he wouldn't live for long under all of that. Naruto and Tamari were relieved when their enemy went down. That meant that they had taken out one of the enemy ninja force, making this fight a bit easier for their side. Tamari looked to her husband and smiled. They made a good team. Maybe when they got back she would look into them training in a few combo moves. With his chakra supply and his affinity the same as hers, they could come up with some devastating wind attacks. But she never got any further in her thoughts as a huge gust of wind hit them now, and this wasn't from either of them. Tamari hit the trunk of the tree. Her head snapped back, hitting the hard wood, making her see stars. Naruto wasn't so lucky as he was blow off his feet and hit a rock. He groaned as he slowly got to his feet. He swore he heard a female voice call out something before another windstorm came up. This one, however, seemed to cut the tops of the trees above him. Naruto looked up in surprise as several large logs of trees fell where he was standing. The female figure that had done this looked on as the dust cleared. She nodded her head as she turned back to Tamari. Said girl was slowly trying to get her vision to steady. She saw a female figure with a cloak walking towards her. She held a fan much like her own. She couldn't tell much else as the fan had been closed. I never thought we'd meet here, Tamari-chan. The female spoke, and it was eerily familiar to Tamari. Whoa, Euro. She tried to speak as she tried to get back up on her feet. The woman hit Tamari in the stomach with the huge fan, making the other girl fall to her knees coughing. I'm hurt. It's only been 3 years and you've forgotten me already. The woman pulled back the hood and Tamari's face went pale as she could now see clearly enough the face that had been hidden. It was a woman not much older than her, with long flowing brown hair and smooth features. Tamari couldn't believe it. She never expected to see this face again. Senpai. Chapter 25. Ghosts of the Pasts. Tamari couldn't believe it was the same person in front of her. It had been over a year ago since she had last seen the older girl. Before her stood a young woman of 17. Her long brown hair was tied off into a single long ponytail that fell behind the pulled-down hood of the cloak. The large battle fan was closed, but Tamari knew that the pattern of a certain dessert flower would have been shown. Long time so see, Tamari, she said in a neutral tone. I heard you got married. Well, congratulations, I supposed, even if it's only a political marriage. I hope that wasn't him I just killed. Tamari looked to where Naruto had gone and saw all the trees covering the area. It looked bad, but she knew that something like that wouldn't kill Naruto. At least that was her hope. She also wanted to make sure that they didn't check to make sure Naruto was dead. So she glared back at the other woman. What are you doing here, Kimi-senpai? They told me that you had been killed on a mission, Tamari demanded to know. The woman, only known as Kimi, laughed. So that's what they told you? Well, I suppose you could have said that. To the village I am dead, or maybe I should say that the village of Suna is dead to me after what they did. Tamari could see the hatred in the woman's face and eyes. What could have happened to cause this in her? She still remembered the day she had met the older girl, back when she had just been starting out. Suna. 4 years ago. Tamari was nearly done her training to be made an official genin of Suna. She was proud of herself. She pushed herself to be the very best in her age range, even to those of a few older children as well. But it wasn't enough for her. She was Akage's daughter, so the demand on her was very high. But she didn't break under the pressure. In fact, it was one of the few things she had in life. Her family was broken beyond repair. Even at this young age, she knew that much. Her mother was long since dead. Her father was a cold and distant man. Her brothers, well, Konkuro wasn't too bad, but Gaara scared her. Hell, he scared everyone really, but that was her lot in life and she would proudly bear with the weight of it all. At the moment they were looking at a large selection of weapons. They were told to pick something that they would be trained in. Tamari, however, didn't have the slightest idea of what to pick. By this point she had learned that she had wind nature affinity, so she was thinking of a weapon that would be for that. But what was best for that? Technically anything could be used to mold chakra, especially if a weapon was designed to admit the flow of chakra into them. But still, it was difficult for her as she knew next to nothing about weapons. Oh sure, they were taught the basics, but that didn't mean you knew how to handle them, how they felt in your hands in battle, and how comfortable you were with the weapons. Got a problem there, shorty? Said a female voice. Tamari got annoyed at being called that. She turned to see who would dare call her something like that. She saw a taller and older girl. By the headband on her forehead, the girl was most likely a genin. There was something large on her back and she had a short ponytail for a hairstyle. She was also smiling at Tamari like a Cheshire cat. What did you call me? Tamari asked in a serious tone, at least as serious as a young girl like her could. Oh, did I make you a little mad? Sorry, the girl said as she ruffled Tamari's hair, which only annoyed the younger girl more. So then what's the issue? Usually everyone knows what type of weapon they want to use. I'm trying to find something for wind chakra, Tamari told the older girl, annoyed. Oh, she smiled as a look got into her eye. I got the perfect weapon for that. What, that big stick? Tamari said deadpanned. Now the older girl looked irritated and that made Tamari smirk. The older girl reached behind her and pulled the stick out and unfolded it. It was a large fan with 3 flower pictures on it. Let me show you how wrong you are, little girl. With that, she turned and waved the fan. A huge rush of air came out of the fan as a long cut was created into the ground. It was nearly 20 feet long, and several of the people in charge were already yelling at her for doing something reckless like that. Kimmy, what the hell were you thinking? Another genin yelled out. Kimmy scratched the back of her head in embarrassment. Oops, sorry about that, just showing a kid how to use it. Tamari, although she wasn't sure she liked the older girl, had to admit that it had been very impressive. She had no idea that a fan could be used like that, and it sparked her imagination. A fan like that in the right hands would be a very powerful weapon. She had wind nature chakra, and a weapon like that might be perfect for her. How come I don't see that here? Tamari pointed to the vast supply of weapons shown on the long tables. Kimmy just smiled as he put away her fan, because not everyone can handle the weapon. It's a lot harder to use than most people think. In fact, there's only a few battle fan users every generation in this village. But it's a proud lineage to belong to. Tamari could see that the older girl believed that from the sudden serious look on her face, and especially in the eyes. Tamari felt herself drawn for some reason, almost like destiny was calling out to her at this very moment. She looked back at the clean-cut line in the ground. It really was a formidable weapon. I want to learn that then. Will you teach me? Tamari said. Hell no, Kimmy said. Tamari nearly face-faulted at that. Why the hell not? She yelled at the older girl. I don't feel like wasting my time, Kimmy said as she looked bored. Most people wash out, and honestly I got better things to do with my time. Although I doubt the few others would take you up on it. Do you know who I am? Tamari thought, trying to play the cage's daughter card. Although she really hated to use that, she wanted to prove herself, but how could she when the girl wasn't going to give her a chance? Yep, still don't care, Kimmy said with a shrug. Tamari wasn't sure if she was impressed that the older girl was going to go against her like this, or pissed because it hadn't worked. Kimmy looked down at the annoyed look on the younger girl's face and smirked. She did know who the girl was the daughter of, but she believed in getting what you wanted from your own hard work. Although she was a bit worried on what might happen, but she had a feeling this girl wasn't as bad as the stories she had heard about Gaara. At least that was what she hoped. Tamari wanted to train in the fan not only because she was interested, but if only to get this girl to do it. Tamari hated to lose to anything, and she wouldn't lose this. I want to learn, and if you're too lazy to do it, then I'll find someone else. Maybe someone even better, Tamari said and grinned when she saw the other girl finally get angry. Hey, I'm the best one there is, and for your information, I don't want to train someone that will most likely quit in the first week. I'll make it more than just a week, Tamari said back, glaring at her. Oh yeah, well fine, let's just see how long you last. Kimmy didn't realize she had fallen for that trick until later, but when she did, Kimmy swore that she would make the little brat pay. Tamari had no idea just the kind of training that went with a battle fan, but she would soon learn. -3 months later. Hurry up, Tamari, Kimmy called as she ran through one of the large mountain passes that was built into the natural barrier of their village. Tamari was behind her, panting heavily with a lot of sweat dripping down her face. The two of them always ran up these trails because it gave a good exercise. Kimmy was doing a lot better, but that was because she trained more. Tamari, who was now carrying her own iron fan, wasn't used to the weight yet. Kimmy told Tamari that in order to use such a large weapon you needed to get used to it. You had to take that weapon with you on any mission, into any battle, and over long distances. If you couldn't carry it, then you would slow down your group, and if you couldn't lift it after a hard run, well, what use were you? Tamari, however, never said a word of complaint. She pushed on and on, willing her body to move sometimes. Kimmy had gotten to know the younger girl a bit better over the past few months. The young girl really was a truth kunoichi. She pushed herself harder than most boys, and it wasn't just because of her father, it was because the girl actually wanted to be this good. That impressed Kimmy a lot, although she never once said so. The girl didn't need an ego, plus this way she got to play the bad guy, and force all kinds of horrible training methods that she herself had been forced to do. Kimmy now understood why she had been pushed like she had been. The battle fan was a rare art in their village, but a proud one that the women who used it took seriously. Only women chose to use the fan for battle, most likely because most men thought it was too silly. Well, those men usually were the ones that ended up on the other side of their fans. But still, to wield the fan wasn't easy. It took diligence, heart and iron will. But thankfully in Tamari she saw all these things. As they came to a shadowed area she felt it was time to stop. Tamari, we're going to take a break here. Euro cane a euro still a euro go on, Tamari breathed out not wanting to look weak. Please you're barely standing and I'm not going to drag your body and your fan back. Kimmy said as she sat down and took a sip of water. You didn't drink it whole in the dessert you made it last as you never knew when your next drink would come from. Sit and drink girl. Tamari although she didn't say it, was thankful for the rest. Her back ached carrying her fan, her legs and lungs were burning and she felt a little lightheaded. The cramping told her that she was starting to dehydrate as well. At any rate she sat in the shade and took small sips of water. The two girls enjoyed the shade as they felt the cool rocks soothe their bodies lightly. Kimmy was about to take another small sip when she heard someone behind them. She spun around and looked up, then she blushed lightly. Oh good reflexes, a boy her own age said as he was on a higher path only about 6 feet above them. He had a boyish smile and features, short dark hair that was cropped off in a wild haircut. He wore brown and dark clothing of light material as he jumped down to meet them. Kensai-kun. What are you doing here? Kimmy said surprised. Just on a little sentry duty today, he explained. I was making a patrol and saw you two jogging, so this is the Tamari girl I've been hearing about. The Kasecage's daughter. Tamari stood up as he looked over the older boy. She noticed how Kimmy seemed to be acting a little different around him. In fact she noticed the slight blush forming on the older girl's face as the boy was pretty close. Tamari got a small smirk on her face seeing this. Yes I am, so are you Kimmy-senpai's boyfriend? Kimmy looked both angry and embarrassed at that, giving Tamari a glare and mentally cursing the girl. She was going to have gone easy but now she was going to tack on a few more miles to their run for this. Kensai looked confused and then laughed as he placed his arm around Kimmy whose face went totally red in that moment. Well not yet, but I'm working on it. Kensai-kun. Kimmy yelled at him. Tamari could see she was going to have a lot of fun with this from now on. And she could get in some revenge for all this crazy training that Kimmy was putting her through. Nearly 1 year later, Tamari was coming back from a small mission. It was just a small sentry patrol of the village, something that everyone did once in a while as the village was to be defended. Sentry duty although being boring, was very vital so no one complained. Plus since it was still in the village, even genins like her could do it. Well she wasn't any normal genin, like the rest of her team. She was actually thankful for the break from her teammates. Konkuro was driving her nuts with his new project on some new doll of his that he claimed would be his greatest one yet. Plus there was also Gaara. She felt shivers running through her body. At first she had tried to be the sister to him. But Gaara didn't look at her as a sister. When he did look at her with those cold nearly dead eyes she kept on asking herself, was this the day he would kill her? That constant stress wasn't good for her or Konkuro but they were the only ones that could work with Gaara. Or maybe she should say the only ones made to work with him. People had actually quit being a ninja rather than work with him and with good reason sadly. She was thinking of going to see Kimi-senpai. The older girl was still reeling from the death of Kensai. Tamari also felt heartache for the death of that man. She didn't know all the details only that a few days ago while on a mission to investigate a group getting too close to the village he had been killed. Apparently it had been a group from another village spying most likely. She Senesi and Gaara had been sent with the team to back them up. Apparently there had been heavy fighting and casualties on either side. Kensai had been one of them. She had never seen Kimmy cry until that day. The next day Tamari had been ordered on sentry duty. She wanted to be there for Kimmy though. In the time she had known her the two had become very close. But duty always came first for a ninja, so Tamari would make for Kimmy's place as soon as she could. But while coming into the more populated areas of the village she noticed that a lot of people were rushing about. Something was going on that much she was sure of. She could feel how stressed the people were, so she ran towards the central building that was used as both office of the Kasecage and all related ninja matters. If anyone knew what was going on, then someone there would. She also kept an eye out for anyone she knew. She had just nearly made it to the front door when she spotted her sensei walking out. She called out to him as he waited for her to get closer. Baki sensei, what's wrong? There was an assassination attempt on Gaara, Baki told her. He didn't need to add. Another assassination attempt as people have tired to kill Gaara as far back as a young child. Although it had been a long time since that last happened, mainly due to the fact that all the others had failed and then been killed. Tamari was surprised that anyone would even bother to try anymore, but she steeled herself to this long ago. Everyone knew that the assassins for the most part had once been ordered by her own father. She had once overheard him late at night once, angry at a failed attempt. That was when she first started to see her father for what he was and what he would do. But since Gaara had made genin they had stopped, mainly due that he was a weapon for their village now. The mission he was sent on were usually suicidal for a genin to be assigned but he always came back. I thought this had ended, Tamari commented more to herself than to her sensei. This was an unofficial mission, Baki told her and Tamari looked up in shock. If this wasn't an official order that meant all involved if they even lived would face execution. There is more, Tamari, how well did you know that girl Kimi? Well enough. Tamari was confused as to why he asked but she suddenly got a sick feeling in her stomach. Why do you ask sensei? She was one of the members trying to kill Gaara when he was on the north wall. I'm sorry but it looks like she was killed. Baki told her. Tamari didn't hear anything other than that. The one person she had outside of her normal family and team was dead. The person she had looked up to, that had inspired her to be what she was, the one that was the closest thing to a sister she ever thought in her life was now dead. Killed by her very own little brother because she had tried to kill him. In the month that followed she tried to make sense of it all. Why did Kimi try to kill Gaara? Sure there were many that wanted to but she had no reason for it. For a while she had entertained that maybe her father had told them to but would deny any official mission if they were caught. It wasn't unheard of to be called up for missions like that. But still, it never made total sense. After that Tamari closed herself off, she tried to become harder and steal her heart from the pain of that loss. But still, she never forgot Kimi. Present. I was told that you were dead. Tamari looked up at her mentor, the woman that was the closest thing she could call a sister in this world. In a way I did die that day, Kimi said with dead eyes as she thought back for a second on her past. But she came back into focus as she looked at Tamari with naked hatred. But when that stupid village took from me the best thing in my life and then wouldn't see justice Donia Euro, it betrayed me. So I turned my back on that village and never once looked back. What are you talking about? Tamari was wondering what was going on. Is this about Kensai? Don't you dare say his name. Kimi shouted at her. You don't deserve to not given what your family did to him. My family. Now Tamari was even more confused but if she could get her talking it would also shed light on what had happened. It would also give her team time to get to this location. They didn't tell you. Kimi said almost sarcastically. I wasn't told at first either, but one of the survivors on the missions told me. Things were going fine, then your little demon of a brother showed up, he saw all the blood on the sand and he apparently lost it. He killed anyone that got in his way, even our own people a euro of a euro. Now Tamari's eyes widened in horror as she knew what was coming. She had never known, sure she knew that Gaara had done some pretty horrible things in his time. Killed lots of people, even their own Suna ninja when they got in his way or when they tried to kill him. But she had never known about Kensai. She wanted to say something, but what could you say? It wasn't like she could just say, sorry, and that would make it better. The truth was, she couldn't say anything at all. Kimi looked at the blonde girl, and now it looks like you're a leaf ninja now. She pointed at the new symbol Tamari wore. Hard to believe, but we'll talk later when you wake up. Tamari was about to ask what she meant but she saw the kick coming but she was too late to do anything. The kick was solid and connected to her head. There was a second of blinding pain and she thought she saw stars for a moment before the world spun and fell dark. Kakashi and Natsu. The fight was going fairly roughly for Kakashi for the moment. He was a little out of practice with it came to swordplay. Sure he kept up the skills but it was different when you haven't used them in battle for a while. Plus the person he was fighting was no amateur, Normally in a fight like this, if you couldn't take out the opponent, you would gain some ground and use something like ninjutsu. This person, however, wasn't letting him, so this person was obviously smart. Thankfully Kakashi was keeping pace, but the other guy was dragging things out, letting the others on his team to have the time to get to this area. With his eye he could see where the man would strike, and Kakashi was able to keep his kunai blocking or parrying it. But the other man was very quick, and with the short swords his opponent had, the man kept them in short-range combat and never gave Kakashi the chance to move far enough away to use ninjutsu skills. It was smart for someone that seemed to favor close combat skills. But the only problem was that the guy was very fast, so fast that Kakashi felt the blades managed to cut into his vest a couple of times. He felt a light cut on one of his arms by this point. He wasn't sure when that happened, but the stinging sensation was finally showing up. But it was mainly superficial, and the cuts on his vest weren't deep enough to get past it. The vest was created to protect you after all. The heavy material and the light armor plating in the front and back helped to stop things like blades. It wasn't perfect. The armpits were exposed, which was lethal to get stabbed in. The front of the neck was also exposed, the sides had weaker padding, and the armor was mainly a plate on the back and something over the upper chest, and it was very thin. The vest also limited your top speed, but veterans like Kakashi had trained to increase their speed to compensate. But there was one other thing that Kakashi could do to keep up with the man, and that was the other skill of his present from Obito. "You're copying my moves," Natsu said while grinning as he realized what Kakashi was doing. So the rumors of the power of that eye were true. To tell the truth, I'm actually glad. As a swordsman, this makes even better. There is nothing like fighting an opponent that only gets stronger as you fight. So I suppose you know how my eye can copy movement? Kakashi asked. And also predict movement, which explains how well you've managed to keep ahead of me the entire time. Tell me, is it true those eyes can make you read minds, or is that just a rumor from how the Uchiha could predict movement? Kakashi knew that there were many things said about the Sharingan. Many were from stories by enemies that had survived battles against the Uchiha, and some were most likely put out there by the Uchiha clan themselves. Disinformation was a very powerful weapon in the world after all. So Kakashi had a feeling this guy didn't know all about what the Sharingan could fully do. Well, he was running out of ideas at this point given the time he was wasting. They locked blades as he managed to get eye contact with the other ninja. "One thing you didn't know, I bet," Kakashi told him. "And what's that?" Natsu asked, grinning. He never got an answer as something weird was going on with the Sharingan eye. The small black totems were starting to spin. It was odd, and he started to feel a sense of falling. He quickly knew that a genjutsu was being placed on him. He broke eye contact and stabbed forward, thinking he hit his target. However, the image of Kakashi wavered and slowly disappeared. What the hell? He felt a sharp pain in the back of his skull before the world went dark. Kakashi stood behind him, breathing hard. It was a simple genjutsu he had used. Mainly it only created an after-image in the other person's eyes. It wouldn't really have worked against someone with more genjutsu skill, but Kakashi had bet that the man had focused more of his time in sword fighting. Specializing like that always cost you in other skills, and he was glad that the other man had ended up not training in genjutsu. Kakashi didn't know many skills in that. His eye usually helped him to see through illusions, not create them, but he had picked up a few tricks here and there. He pulled the kunai out of the man's skull, letting him fall to the grass. He said nothing, as nothing needed to be said. As a ninja, this was the fate of this life. They met, they fought, and only one would walk away. Kakashi had been through this countless times, and he knew this wouldn't the last. He moved off from the battle. He had a mission to continue and a team to find. Sasuke and Sakura, the two other members of Team 7, had it slightly easier than the others. That is, if you call trying to rush through an area filled with lethal traps while trying not to get killed or mauled by them, easy. All too often they would have to chance course to avoid a trap, or had been slowed down when one was set off. It had seemed their trap expert liked to experiment with various types of traps, even laying down fake ones that would take your eye off the real danger. Sasuke was getting very annoyed at the whole thing. Sure, he was doing well, but he felt that Sakura was slowing him down. Although his teammate had improved since Tamari had joined, the girl was still the dead last of their group. It was odd how Naruto used to be the king of that title, but even Sasuke had to admit that Naruto had grown in power since then. What he couldn't get was why Naruto had gotten so strong and why it had been so fast. The guy was an orphan, had no clan, no real talent, and yet he had improved in leaps and bounds since becoming a genin. For someone like Sasuke, that hurt his pride, and for an Uchiha, pride was something that they held close to them. By the time they did manage to reach the area where Tamari and Naruto had last been seen, the place looked like a storm had hit it. There were blown over trees, the ground was torn up, and two large piles of trees were there. What happened? Sakura asked, looking at the area. She had never seen Tamari go all out like this before, but she had an idea that this was Tamari's handiwork. It was just a lot more powerful than what she had seen while training with the ex-Sunanin. Where are Naruto and Tamari? Sakura asked Sasuke as she started to look around for clues. I don't see them anywhere, Sasuke remarked as he scanned the area. He didn't see any obvious signs like blood from nasty wounds, or pieces of clothing. It was hard to tell what tracks were from what, as the whole area was littered with damage, making it hard to track. Plus, neither of them were tracking experts, simple things they were taught in the academy, but for this kind of challenge you needed someone with a lot more experience. Naruto. Tamari. Sakura called out. It was a risk to call out like that with possible enemies around, but she had to at least try and see if they could respond. She tried a few more times before she thought she heard something. It was faint, but she thought it came from one of the two large piles of wrecked tree piles. She gently moved to it and called out again. Now that she was closer, she could definitely hear something. In fact, it sounded like, Naruto, is that you? Sakura called out. She heard a groan as something moved under the large log that Sakura was leaning on, trying to see into the mess. She thought she caught a glimpse or orange under it all. Finally, all that loud orange finally seemed to pay off. Naruto, are you okay? Sakura asked him. My arm hurts. Can't move it and I think I'm stuck, Naruto said as he tried to move but grunted in pain as his shoulder and arm flared up in pain. He tried to remember what had happened. The last thing that happened was that he and Tamari had finished off that one guy, and then a large wind happened. Then he woke up like this. How's Tamari-chan? We're looking for her but we're not sure where she is, Sakura told him. Then get me out of here. Ow. Damn it, that hurt, Naruto said as he tried to get out. Naruto, don't move, we'll get you out of there, Sakura told him, hoping that he would calm down before he hurt himself more. She looked around the place trying to see how they could move the pieces of trees. They were very large and she couldn't see where to even being. She looked to Sasuke hoping that he had an idea. Any ideas? She asked him. Sasuke looked at the pile and sighed, not sure, this could take some time. Sakura sighed as she hoped that Naruto would keep calm. Naruto, looks like this might take a bit, but just keep calm and we'll get you out, okay? Just hurry, I think something is crawling up my shirt and I don't like it, Naruto told her. He tried not to worry about where Tamari was and what could have happened to her. But as soon as he got out of this, he was going to find her and get her back, and that was a promise. Chapter 26. Prisoner. By the time Kakashi made it to where he found the rest of his team, Sakura and Sasuke were already trying to dig Naruto out of the wreckage he was under. He had to admit, it was lucky that Naruto wasn't killed. If his head had been caught between two of those trunks, it would have been crushed, and not even the Nine Tails could have fixed that. It did have its limits after all. After he got a small and very short report while helping out, he got an idea of what happened. Sakura and Sasuke had been slowed down by the traps and got here too late to help. Tamari and Naruto had taken one member out but had been surprised by a wind user by the looks of things. Naruto said he didn't get a good look at things as he had been blindsided, it seemed. Tamari wasn't in the area, and from what he could see in the tracks it was clear to him. He called out his hounds to get them to track down Tamari as he helped to dig Naruto out from the broken trees. They would be able to track them before they got too far away. While digging out Naruto, he took notice of the area as well. Looking at the signs of disturbance in the grass and ground, as well as other signs he saw. Whoever the other person was, it was obviously female from the small and light footprints. Although she did seem to be carrying something heavy, as the prints were deeper for a person of that kind of height and weight. Even on average size of the person he could estimate from the footprint, she was carrying some weight that wasn't her own. Maybe armor or a large weapon of some kind was his best guess. He had seen where Tamari had most likely been sitting. This he got from the disturbance in the ground, as well as the damage to the bark of the tree she had been against. Then it looked like the female tracks got heavier, most likely from carrying Tamari and her fan by that point. That was a lot of weight, which was a good thing for them. It would slow down the girl, but if she caught up with her team, then they would be able to travel faster by splitting the load. Well, the enemy had been more prepared it seemed, or maybe it was just bad luck they had run into someone with traps experience. If they had run into someone else, the battle would most likely had gone much differently, and with the possibility of the enemy not being aware of them. Now that option wasn't there. Of course, now that they had Tamari, things changed even more. They would have to chase after them now. Kakashi didn't abandon his teammates, not anymore at least. He made that mistake once, and once was enough. Plus there was also the political fallout. Tamari just happens to die on a mission outside the village away from witnesses so soon after the marriage. The trip to Snow had worried him at first, but he thought that things wouldn't get too bad. Well, that hadn't gone to plan either. Thankfully things had turned out okay. Only now it was Tamari that was captured and not Naruto this time around. So if Tamari were killed in this mission, well, it wouldn't be good. He was sure that there would be a number of people that would raise hell over that issue in both villages. Some in Suna would blame Konoha, and it could hurt the new alliance as it was still very fragile. He sighed. This was why Kakashi hated politics. This was why Kakashi felt uncomfortable with this marriage deal. Not only had it put Naruto in a tough spot, but also made things harder for both villages if something were to happen to them. Well, at least Naruto was happy with Tamari. That was something that Kakashi was glad for. For too long he had to just observe Naruto from the shadows as he grew up. He knew who Naruto's parents were from the start, but he couldn't do anything. So he stuck to the shadows when he could to watch. He couldn't watch him all the time as he was highly busy, most likely the main reason he couldn't have looked out for the boy. He also knew that Naruto wouldn't stop until they had Tamari back. So Kakashi would see to it that the new Team 7 wasn't broken on its first major mission. They finally managed to dig out Naruto as he was holding his shoulder. There was some blood on his lip, either from a split lip or something else. Kakashi couldn't see any open wounds, most likely healed by now, as well as any internal injuries. He looked at the arm and noticed from years of combat injuries that Naruto's shoulder was dislocated. Naruto, I'm going to have to pop your shoulder back in. This will hurt for a moment. On 3 I'll do it, okay? Kakashi told him as he gripped his arm and shoulder. Naruto didn't say anything, he just nodded as he clenched his jaw. Kakashi could see the same look of determination that he had when Naruto had plunged his own kunai into his hand to get the poison out of it. Kakashi counted to 1, then wrenched the arm back into the socket without even getting to the count of 2. Naruto screamed out in pain for a second before glaring at Kakashi. What happened to 2 and 3? Naruto asked him, feeling his arm hurt, but he could at least move it now. This way you don't flinch at 3 and it makes it easier to put back in. Plus when you're expecting pain it's the worse. Kakashi said with a shrug as Naruto pouted at the man, clearly not happy about it. Now come on. We need to hurry and give chase, but keep your guard up. We don't know how many there are left or what they have planned. But Tamari is now bait for us. They'll try and use her against us. They better not harm her. Naruto growled out. Don't worry, Naruto. We'll get her back. Sakura said, trying to comfort him, but he didn't say anything. He was too focused on getting back Tamari. Team 7 followed the trail. Soon it seemed that the tracks they were following were met up with a few more. Kakashi counted a total of 3 now. There might be more, but he felt confident that was their total forces for the ninja. There might be other surprises, but nothing they shouldn't be able to handle. Along the way, one of his dogs was running towards them. They paused as the dog came up to them. The dog had what Kakashi thought was a pair of sticks at first. But then the hound let them drop to the ground. They hadn't been on the ground for more than a second before Naruto ran towards them and took them. He grimaced as he felt the dog slobber on them, but he didn't care. He knew what they were. They were the smaller fans that he gave Tamari as a present. These belong to Tamari-chan's, Naruto said, looking at the small battle fans. He still remembered how happy she had been with his gift, the first real gift he had given someone too. Was this dropped by Tamari to show us the way or dropped by the ninja to lure us in? Sakura asked Kakashi. Could be either one honestly, but let's hurry. They can't be too far ahead of us by this point. Kakashi said as they traveled on. Naruto putting the fan into his equipment pouch, he was sure to give this gift back to Tamari when he got the chance. Kane's headquarters. In the large grounds hidden in a forest stood the compound where the criminal known as Kane held his seat of power. However, he was not happy with the report he had just gained from the ninja he had hired. He had been looking over reports and giving out orders when a messenger gave him a short report from the leader of the rogue ninja group. What he read wasn't something he was pleased with. 2 ninja were dead. Too bad that wouldn't lower the price for their services. Thankfully they weren't asking for more payment, but at this moment he was wishing they would. He had left his office as he made his way down the halls. The place had once been home to a small-time lord from Wave who fell on hard times. Mostly due to gambling problems, and the place had to be sold off. After Gato died, Kane had given time setting this place up. It was like a small fortress, which was perfect for him. It also held a small dungeon, which was where he was heading now. He found the door to the lower levels. The cold dark stone was there to meet him as he carefully walked his way down passing guards. He came to one of the few cells with the ninja gathered there arguing over what to do with their prisoner. He cast a look and saw a young blonde teenage girl chained up to the floor. She looked a little beat up but nothing major. He wasn't shocked or anything by her age. Hell, he had seen younger boys in street gangs killing each other off. So a young ninja like this was nothing to him. I still say we should kill her for what she did to Jin, said a young woman with long red hair. She wore a large black cloak with a hood with strange paint on her face. It was all white with red marking, making her look like some kind of doll. Kane thought she was the one called Yoko. Because she's bait, Guro the large leader said to her. They'll come to us now. So, Yoko asked him. With Natsu and Jin gone, we're at a loss. Plus it's not like they'll know she's dead either. Idiot, Kimi said to her, who was resting against a wall looking bored. After this we can ransom her to Suna or Konoha. Given how important she is, or even use her death to start a war between them. If you paid attention more to world events you would know this. Personally I would rather whatever hurts Suna gets my vote. Wow, that's so cold of you. Wasn't that your village before? Yoko teased only to get a glare from the older girl. That village is dead to me, Kimi said coldly. Kane felt it was time to address his hired help as it were. Guro, I thought I hired you to take care of that Wave village. And what do I get? This page saying that you were defeated and only managed to take one hostage. Guro, even though a large man, could see that Kane wasn't one to cower before him. That was a rare thing, but most likely because his current employer wasn't weak like most criminals. Even though the other man's tone wasn't condescending, he could hear the annoyance in it. It was a tactical loss. I didn't expect a seasoned opponent. They came at use from the sides instead of a stealth move up the middle of our formation. The girl is only the bait to lure them here, plus we're keeping her alive as a dead hostage is no good if they want proof. Guro cast a look to Yoko, who just sniffed at the last comment. But why here? Kane asked of him, feeling slightly angered that the man would use his place for this. I do have other areas under my control that you could have used. And now that team is most likely on their way here. I can't have a battle here of all places. Guro just shrugged. This is the best defended area, plus all the men you have here will be used to slow down and weaken the enemy force. You're not using my men as cannon fodder, you don't get to make that choice. Kane told him. We're at a numbers disadvantage, Guro said calmly. We need to weaken them down, then we can take them out. When we do, you can do what you want with the girl. Maybe you can ransom her back to Suna or something, it would make up for any damages. After her team is taken care of, we no longer need her, then we'll get back to the mission at hand. Kane thought about that. Sure, he didn't like to waste resources. It took time and money to get good help and to train up his people. He didn't like the thought of throwing them away just to weaken a small group. But this small group were ninja, and he knew that in a fight his men couldn't stand up to that. They were too well trained, too experienced, and too powerful for normal people to take on. Plus, looking at the Suna girl who was quietly looking at them with a cold look, there might be some profit in it. If she was important and it was found out he had a hand in her death, he want a village posting a bounty on his head. But to ransom her back, well, that could be something else entirely. She might want revenge for being captured and her team killed. But honestly, she wouldn't be able to unless it was an official mission. Ninja got captured and ransomed before. It was rare, but it did happen if the person was important enough and they didn't have to kill said person. He might make enough profit to cover his losses, maybe even a bit more if he was lucky enough. Fine then, but be sure you kill these other ninja. Then we can ransom the girl back and be done with it. Kane told his hired ninja. Meanwhile, Tamari had been watching silently the entire time. She was taking mental notes on everything she could. She had been doing since she first woke up in this cell. The first thing she noticed was that she was sitting down and chained up in a dark, stone cell. Her cold ass told her that she had to have been sitting there for a while. She had first felt a moment of panic before her training kicked in. She had to remain calm and steady, she had to escape, that was her first duty. She noticed that they had stripped her of her gear. Plus her arms were shackled above her head. She couldn't move them and her shoulder that had been injured, was now screaming out at the rest of her body. Then the others had come in. She had kept quiet as they had argued over what to do with her. Thankfully they seemed to be in a hurry. That meant they didn't have time to get any kind of information out of her about her team. She was thankful for that, not as if she could have said anything anyway. But if she had been physically tortured, it would have given her troubles escaping. She didn't fear that. As a ninja, it was expected when captured, she just got lucky this time. When the others had finally left and for some reason Kimmy was still there against the wall. Now that it was just them, Tamari felt it was time to get some questions answered. Tamari looked at the women across from her through the bars of the door. I was told you were dead, but it seems that was a lie to me for some reason. Kimmy looked at her for a moment, not totally Tamari. When I learned what that monster you call a brother did, I went to the cage. I begged and demanded that Gaara be punished for his actions, and you know what? I was told to forget it, to leave it alone. The contempt on Kimmy's face and in her voice was all too clear. They said that Gaara was too valuable as a weapon. They said that those that got in a way should have been more careful. They talked about those that died like they were nothing. They treated them like nothing. They treated him like he was nothing. He wasn't nothing to me, and when they told me to go, I couldn't take it anymore. They just shrugged it off as though it hadn't happened, but to those left behind, we couldn't stand for it. We found out that they sent Gaara out alone to keep him away from others just in case he was feeling more bloodthirsty. So we went to finally finish off that monster. Kimmy rubbed her arm as though an old injury was acting up. We thought we could surprise him. We were wrong. He slew us like we were nothing to him. I was knocked off the wall. I don't know how far I fell or how many times I smashed against the wall before I blacked out. One of the people who were sympathetic to us found me. He told me I was a mess and barely alive. He told the others I had been killed by the fall. I guess I looked bad enough to pass that off. Kimmy pulled her sleeve to show many ugly-looking scars on the skin. I woke up a month later from a coma. My body was a mess and I found I was hidden in someone's home. They cared for me until I was healthy enough to leave. I was listed as dead in the village, and so if I showed my face I would be executed. So one night at a shift change I left the village, and you know what? I never looked back. That village took from me the only man I've ever loved, the best thing in my life. Tamari could see all the anger and pain in Kimmy's eyes and voice. She wanted to tell her she was sorry that it had happened, that she never wanted any of this to happen. That Gaara had changed and he wasn't the monster he used to be. But it all died in her throat. How could she tell her any of this? The woman had lost everything. She had every right to be angry. There was nothing she could say to take any of the pain and suffering the woman had gone through. Her heart broke because she knew that her brother and father were to blame for her pain. There was no way to make up for it, no way that she could take it all back. There was an ugly silence there between them. Kimmy seemed tired of it and left Tamari alone in the dark dungeon-like area. Tamari watched as the woman who had shaped her life walked away. She listened to the footsteps going up the stone steps. Tamari closed her eyes as she listened to everything around her. She counted her heartbeats as well. Once she was up to 100 and after hearing no other noise than her heart and her breathing she knew she was alone. Now it was the time for action. She looked up to get a better look at how her arms were chained up. She could tell that the manacles on her riders were held above her head. Also the chain to the wall was so short that she couldn't move her arms all that much. This prevented her from moving from her sitting position. It was an effective way to keep a ninja restrained. She could hardly move and she couldn't use hand seals as her hands were too far apart. Her fingers could only just barely touch each other the way they were at the moment. She looked to one of her shoes and smirked seeing that they had missed something when they searched her. After that mission to Snow Country, she had asked Naruto how he had gotten out of a cell with that chakra-draining device on his stomach. He had shown her a trick of how he had placed a hidden file in his shoe. Seeing how effective it had been, she had asked him to show her how to modify her shoes for the same reason. The only problem was getting at it. Because of her limited ability to move her arms and that she was in a sitting position, it wouldn't be easy. Hell, most people wouldn't be able to, but thankfully she just might be agile enough for it. She took a few breaths to calm herself as she slowly moved her leg up and then bent it towards her. It wasn't easy getting her foot to her mouth, but she was flexible. Tamari managed with her teeth to pull off the small cap where the file was. With her tongue she got the small metal ring and managed to pull it out. Thankfully too, it was starting to hurt to be in that position, and with her arms stretching as they were, it was hard to breathe like this. Now the only problem was getting it to her one of her hands. Thankfully her shoes exposed her toes, and with her large toe and the one next to it, she slowly managed to grip it. It was a lot harder to get it to her hands. The way her body was bending she couldn't get any air into her lungs, but she pushed on. She felt her joints starting to protest, but when one of her hands felt the small metal piece she gripped it. Her leg fell back down as she took a much needed breath. "Thank you, Naruto," she whispered out as she started to make slow progress with the chain on one wrist. She might not be able to get the shackles off, but she could cut them off the chain. Outside Kane's headquarters, Team 7 arrived at the edge of the forest as they looked at the compound. Kakashi took a very long and careful look at the place. He could see armed men walking the perimeter. They were on the ground and on the walls. He was surprised by the place that they had come across it. He hadn't expected something like this out here. He took note of how the guards were stationed. Whoever was organizing this knew a bit about security. The guards always seemed to keep one group in sight of another. There also seemed to be those on the wall that looked at the guards on the ground. If they were counting the groups, that would make things difficult, as taking one group out would alert the guards pretty fast. They needed to plan this out carefully. He had a good idea of what the other team was up to. They were going to use these men to wear them down, making it easier for them to take out Team 7. At least that's what Kakashi would do in their place. You had to fight smarter, not harder. So if he had to play their game, he wasn't going to make it easier for the other side. Sure, the enemy had numbers, but numbers could also be used against you. Then again, Kakashi thought, looking at Naruto. We have an army all our own. I don't think they know our full skills. He could see that Naruto was just barely holding himself from rushing down there and causing all kinds of chaos. But that would be very dangerous, but maybe he could use Naruto's energy for another plan. Everyone, get out your smoke bombs and your paper bombs as well, Kakashi said as he dug into his vest for them. He needed to see what they had to work with, but they should have enough. Seeing what they had, he split half of them and gave them to Naruto. Kakashi-sensei, what do you want me to do with these? Naruto asked him, wondering what he had in mind. It was a lot of explosive power he was holding in his hands. We'll have to wait until dark. He raised a hand to cut off Naruto's protest when he saw it coming. Naruto, we have a better chance at getting to her at dark. We'll use that to our advantage. They won't be able to see that well at night, and also this will be a lot easier to do what you do best. Huh, what I do best? Naruto asked. What's that? Being unpredictable and causing chaos, Kakashi smirked. Sasuke snorted at how accurate that was, mainly the last part. Naruto glared at the Uchiha. Normally he'd yell at what he thought was so funny, but he knew better than to yell while hiding like this. So you want Naruto to use all that as a distraction? Sakura guessed, as Naruto knew how to make a lot of noise and cause pandemonium. Well, not him personally, but his shadow clones will. Kakashi started to explain the plan. Naruto would create a lot of clones and get them in position around the entire compound. They would set off smoke bombs and explosions and harass the guards. This would give the illusion that they would be under attack by a bigger force, plus all of the confusion would make it much simpler to slip into the compound. They would wait until nightfall and then the clones would start the attack. It would also give Kakashi time to see the patrol routes and pick an area that would have the least amount of guards. Everyone understand the plan? Kakashi asked. Everyone nodded as Naruto called up his clones and gave them their orders. He looked to the sky. They only had a couple of hours of sun left. It would be a long wait for him, but he was here and he was going to get Tamari out of there. And if they harmed her in any way, he was going to make them pay for it 10 times as much. When night did fall the forest, the guards did their shift change. Out on the wall, one of the guards yawned as he made his way to the position. He hated the night shift. It was boring and it was hard to sleep enough during the day. He tried to get put onto the day shift, but the jerk of a boss hated him. This was not the glamorous life of being part of a criminal empire that he imagined. But what was he to do? He stole that money from his temple in his hometown when he left that deadbeat place. Not like he could go back and sweat it out in this old man's shop for the rest of his life. He'd rather die than do that crap. Besides, it was so much easier and more fun taking what you wanted. So he joined up with this group as soon as he could. It wasn't all bad. When they got days off, him and the boys went to the villages and raised hell and visited the good spots in the red light areas of the bigger cities. The other thing he hated about the night shift was that it was boring as hell. You could hardly see anything. The noises in the forests didn't help either. You weren't sure if it was an animal or if someone was out there. It got old and it sucked when it rained. So when he got to his post and everything went dark, he sighed. Another boring night sitting here on the wall. It was only an hour later when the first few explosions happened. Several large explosions in the woods around them happened almost at the same time. Then suddenly a few explosions hitting the walls. Thick smoke was rolling in from several areas. Men were shouting out orders. Alarm bells were ringing. Men were shouting out attacks over the sounds of explosions and then screaming. He had no idea what was going on. Everything was happening so fast. How many were there out there? A man next to him screamed in pain as what looked like a shuriken was embedded into his arm. A kunai hit a spot further away as the explosive tag on it went off. Parts of the stone walls were blasted away as the chunks flew off, hitting the others who were standing too close. The rocks were like little missiles as they hit the unfortunately men. It was pure chaos as those in charge tried to establish some order. Groups were sent into the forest to find and kill the attackers, while archers were called up to the walls. By that time it getting hard to see, smoke from small fires mixed in with that from smoke bombs. Some areas men couldn't see what was happening and were panicking. While all this happened, Team 7 silently made their way to one of the walls. It was one of the less defended areas, as many of the guards there had left to reinforce the walls being attacked. They ran silently as they quickly ran straight up the walls. These weren't built with ninja in mind. These walls were built to keep out bandits or enemy forces. To a ninja, these walls were just a small hurdle to get over and wouldn't slow them down much. When they reached the top, only 3 guards were there, with a surprised look on their faces as 4 people jumped over the wall. They didn't even get a chance to shout out a warning before they were taken out. Kakashi looked over the area. He saw 2 main entrances and he figured that anyone being held prisoner would be in the most hard to get to place. It would either a tower or a dungeon by his experience. He nodded to Sakura and Sasuke. They had planned this out earlier, that they would split into 2 groups. They would find Tamari and then deal with Kane. If they found any enemy ninja, they were to avoid them if possible, especially if they were outnumbered. As the 2 groups left, they never once noticed another shadowy figure go up the wall behind them. The form looked around and then started to follow one of the 2 groups. With all the chaos around them, it was easy to follow without being noticed. Chapter 27. Breakout. The entire complex was up in an uproar. There were explosions all about. Fires were starting in several areas, men shouting out orders. It was pure chaos and it was the perfect cover for a group of ninja to infiltrate the complex. Sasuke and Sakura made good time as they traveled the hallway they entered. They did come across the occasional guards, but low-grade criminals were no match for ninja. Even a genin knew more about fighting than the average criminal, as ninja trained to fight and kill as children. Sakura was keeping up, but she could tell that Sasuke was rushing things. Although she wanted to hope it was to find Tamari. Sakura herself wanted to find the older girl quickly, although it had been only a short time since Tamari had been placed on their team. Sakura looked up to the older girl. Sakura really didn't have anyone to look up to as a female ninja, there weren't many that she even knew. But Tamari was everything that Sakura wished she could be, strong, powerful and full of confidence. Since training with the older girl, Sakura had felt that she had become stronger but still had a long way to go. Also, Tamari was someone that Sakura considered not only a comrade but a friend. There was no way she was going to let a friend behind either. Sasuke, however, was keeping an eye out for the enemy ninja. Although he was told not to engage if possible, if there was no other way to fight, then there didn't seem to be an issue with him. Plus he got the feeling that his group might be a strong group. It took both Naruto and Tamari to defeat one of them, and in response both were defeated by another. To him that said that this group had to be strong, and it was only fighting strong opponents that Sasuke could see where he was. He needed to test his strength and power, he needed to see how far he had come and how much farther he needed to go. He needed power to kill Itachi, as he was now he knew that he couldn't do it. He was still too weak, but he wouldn't be weak forever. One day he would catch up to his brother and make him pay for killing their clan, their family. For turning his world to ash and darkness, he would ensure that Itachi paid tenfold for every agonizing day that Sasuke had to live since that day. They soon found themselves into a large room. It looked to have been once been a meeting room of some kind, only converted into some kind of room for the people that worked here. There were tables that looked out of place, like they were from some other room. Cups and dishes were still on the table. It looked like the guards used this to eat as well as relax. There were countless playing cards and dices. The place smelled of tobacco and alcohol, but there was oddly very little light around the area. The lamps were mostly blown out and heavy shadows filled the room. It was the perfect place for an ambush, and Sasuke could feel the hairs on the back of his neck sticking up. Every instinct he had was telling him that someone was in here with them. Sakura, get out of here as fast as you can. Sasuke told her, scanning the room. What? But we're told to stick together. She protested. Damn it, get out of here now, hurry and find Tamari. He yelled at her, thinking he saw movement in one of the shadows. He activated his eyes and got into a fighting stance. Sakura knew what was going on as she pulled a kunai. I'm not leaving you. Sasuke hissed out in annoyance. Will you just go? You're no help to me here. I'll hold this one off, but in case Naruto and Kakashi are busy, then who will save Tamari? He figured using that would get the girl moving. He could see her hesitating. Look, you're not strong enough to help me with this, you'll only be in the way, so get going. He didn't see just how hurt she was from his words. She had been trying so hard to get stronger, but it seemed it wasn't enough. He didn't recognize her as strong, and she felt crushed that his view of her hadn't changed at all. A part of her wanted to stay and fight and show him that she wasn't as weak as she had been. But there was always that part of her mind, that part that was the little girl that had been bullied and would always have doubts about herself. The part that always said she wasn't good enough or strong enough, and after hearing his words, that part of her mind was louder than it had been in a while. Are you sure? She asked him softly. Yes, now go before it's too late. He said without hesitation. Sakura didn't want to leave him, but he had a point. They needed to save Tamari. But she didn't want to leave her teammate behind either. She knew that for a ninja the mission came first, but didn't Kakashi tell them that those that abandon their allies are worse than trash? She didn't have to make the final choice, however, when a shadowy figure came out of the darkness and attacked her. Sakura jumped back as her back was close to one of the doors that led out of the room. The figure looked like a cloak-wearing person with white and red face paint. She couldn't make out much more than that. But she also didn't have time to. The figure fired several kunai at her, nearly missing her. Sakura, get Tamari and then come back. I'll hold this one off now, get going. Sasuke said angrily as he used a fire jutsu to try and burn the ninja from behind. Sakura saw it coming and had to run through the door and immediately turned and hid behind the wall. She saw the flames and felt the heat from the attack. She was about to see if he was okay, but the door suddenly slammed shut. Sakura was surprised. She went to try and open it, but it was a thick door and it seemed to be sealed shut. Sasuke, however, was already looking to see if the ninja escaped or not. He didn't think that they had time to use a substitution jutsu, but you could never be too careful. The flames were still there, slowly dying, but nothing else was seen, except for a burnt-out cloak. He felt a rush of air and quickly dodged to the side to avoid the woman attacking him from behind. He leaned back to avoid a blade coming out of the dark cloak, nearly decapitating him. He threw a kunai through the cloak and it should have hit the body. But instead it seemed to pass through it. She quickly went into the shadows and then appeared out of the opposite end of the room. That black cloak and dark hair made sure she blended into the darkness really well. She seemed to glide forward towards him. He got ready with another kunai as 3 more forms came out from opposite ends of the room, to his left and right. He had to fight 3 of these phantoms at once. They moved quickly and he felt a cut form on an arm. It wasn't deep and it would sting later, but he could ignore it. The thing was, they felt off. The blows didn't feel normal, and when he kicked in, it was like there was nothing there. Finally he managed to get out of the way and got some breathing space. The figures seemed to move back and merge back into the shadows. How does it feel, little boy? Do you like my genjutsu? Genjutsu. Sasuke repeated as he looked around. That didn't make sense. His eyes should be able to see through any and all genjutsu. How could she use one? Plus he couldn't see their movements like with a normal person, so they weren't people with the same look. Something was off here, and he wasn't sure what. That's right, my genjutsu allows me to attack you, but you can't attack me. The ninja Yoko said to him. She started to attack again as more and more versions of her seemed to come out of the darkness. Sasuke fought on, trying to keep ahead of her. It wasn't easy. He could only make out attacks just as they were coming, but he couldn't see past this genjutsu of hers, which should be impossible. As he fought on, he realized that she was starting to wear him down. Then a strange thing happened. Music filled the air, and not just any music either. Someone was playing a flute by the sounds of it. What the hell? Who's there? Yoko demanded to the darkness. A young woman's laughter was heard as the music stopped. And here I thought the great Uchiha would have seen through your trick, said the voice echoing off the walls. Haven't you seen past her trick yet, you moron? Here's a tip. She's not using genjutsu at all. What? Sasuke looked again at the figures. They all looked the same, but it was true that a genjutsu he should have seen through. But the woman kept insisting it was a genjutsu, which meant that she was lying the entire time. Sasuke felt like kicking himself for letting himself fall for one of the ninja basic fundamentals, deception. So the question was, besides who the hell was in here with him, was how this woman was doing it. Oh come on, it's easy once you think it through. Shut the hell up, demanded Yoko into the darkness. She didn't like anyone pointing out how her trick worked. Bite me, you bitch. What did you say? Yoko yelled out, getting distracted. Sasuke took advantage of this distraction and threw out half a dozen shuriken. Although they weren't normal ones, these had ninja wire attached to them. They flew over the area, some going through the figures while others went close to them. Yoko wasn't sure what he was up to as one of her forms had to dodge one of the deadly little blades. Sasuke grinned. That was the one he wanted. With his one hand he put the ends of the wires into his mouth and used a flame jutsu. The flame traveled with the wires. One wire had at least pierced the chest of one of the illusions, but he knew these weren't illusions. The flames spread out in a web, making it nearly impossible to avoid. The figures went up in flames as only one of them cried out in pain. She held her arm as she had been burned by the flames. What he saw was that the heads were puppets with slim skeletal structure. That's why they moved so fast, they hardly had any weight to them. Plus, with so little to hit under the cloaks, it would be easy to miss the actual body parts. So looks like you did figure out her little trick, came the female voice again. I do have to admit, using puppets to pose as a genjutsu is a nice little trick you got there. I hope that you at least have a backup, because that boy will kill you otherwise. Whose side are you on? Yoko screamed as she threw away her cloak. She saw that half of her puppets were useless and she couldn't use her burnt arm. I'm on my side, the girl returned. I don't care if you live or die. I'm only here to make sure he doesn't die and the rest, well, it's not your fucking business anyway. Yoko cursed the girl out as she called her remaining puppets. They detached apart, each one having the disguise fall away, leaving the wooden true forms appear. They seemed to attach themselves to Yoko, almost like body armor against her body. Blades stuck out in key places as her entire body was covered. I'm going to kill you, after I kill him, Yoko said, taking a step forward. Now that I'm not going to be subtle, I can use my puppet armor. The armor is thick enough to take a lot of punishment, boy, and if you think this makes me slow, think again. She moved at Sasuke with incredible speed. He couldn't avoid the kick as it sent him flying off into a few tables. Yoko laughed even though she was in pain. The downside to this jutsu was that using the enhanced speed and strength. She was using her puppet skills to move the armor itself at the speed. Her body was just going along for the ride, but the strain it put on her body was hard. Too much, and she could injure herself even more. Face it, you're not strong enough to beat me, boy. Yoko laughed, but then the tables seemed to explode outward. There stood the boy, but with strange black markings covering half his body. The sound of birds chirping could be heard as Sasuke had a chidori ready for her. She would have to take the hit and then counter-attack with her fist. Given that with the armor her fists could hit like sledgehammers, one good hit to the head and that's all she needed. Unfortunately, she didn't know that the chidori was an assassination technique, designed to pierce through practically anything. Sasuke ran forward and then ran her through. She gave a surprised outcry before her voice was cut off. She tried to move, but her body refused to. Sasuke pulled his bloody hand out of her chest, leaving her to fall to the floor dead. He stood there catching his breath as he heard clapping. He looked to see a girl, about his own age with red hair, walking towards him. Well, I hate to admit when I'm wrong, but you actually might not be totally worthless after all. Who are you? Sasuke demanded. Someone that can teach you more about the curse seal, she answered as black markings of her own showed up on her body. You're doing well, Dufar, but you have only just scratched the surface. There is a lot more power in it than you know. You're with Orochimaru, Sasuke stated, fitting it all into place. You're the one that was following me earlier in town, weren't you? She paused for a moment, caught off guard by that. She thought she had been pretty good to not let him see her. Well, yes, that was me. Tell me, do you truly want real power? Because I can help. I can show you everything I know about that seal and then some. I was sent to offer you a choice. You can learn to do this on your own, or I can teach you things you'll never know on your own. What's the catch? Sasuke asked, knowing that Orochimaru wanted him. I'm only to show you what's possible under Orochimaru-sama. If you want more power, then I'll lead you to him. But that means you have to leave the village. If you're happy being compared to that orange-wearing idiot, fine by me. At the rate he's going to surpass you. Tayuya smirked, seeing the dark shadow that seemed to come over Sasuke's eyes. So, what do you say? Tayuya asked him. Lower cells. Tamari heard the sounds of battle outside her cell. She knew that her team would come, but she had to work harder to get out of the cell. It had taken a good half an hour to cut her hands free. Although she still had manacles on her wrists, at least she wasn't chained to the wall anymore. Thankfully, they hadn't chained her feet together. Now she just had to pick the lock of her cell. This time it was something she had picked up. She reached into her hair and pulled out a couple of hidden metal picks she kept there. If people only knew the kinds of things she could hid in her hair like that. After all, a ninja made full use of everything, even their appearance usually had some meaning or reasoning behind it. She was already working on trying to pick the lock. She could had tried for the shackles on her wrists, but if the metal broke she would be screwed. So first the door, although it wasn't easy, she had only done this enough times to get the basic idea out of it. She hadn't kept up the practice or learned about more complicated locks. That was something she would look into after this. If this ever happened again, she vowed to be more prepared. She was just lucky they hadn't searched her hair or taken her shoes. Hell, sometimes a prisoner would be stripped naked to ensure nothing was hidden on their bodies. Thankfully that hadn't happened. Only her husband would ever get that privilege. A bang of worry hit her. Was Naruto alright? He had taken a large hit, and although she had faith in him, she was still worried. Tamari shook her head and berated herself for doubting him. She told herself that she would get out of here and see him again. She went back to work and finally, after a lot of effort and swearing, she managed to get it open. So now she was free. Now she needed to find her fan, her equipment if possible, and meet up with the others while avoiding detection. Sounded like a challenge to her. She grinned at that thought. She did so love a challenge. Courtyard. Kakashi and Naruto were taking a shortcut over open ground. Sure, it was risky, but with everyone attention looking outside, it made it easier. They were heading towards the main building. The courtyard was mostly grass with a stone path. There were a few decorative statues, but nothing worth noticing. A few low hedges and just the usual stuff you'd expect in one of these places. Although when they got near the door, they found that it was already someone waiting for them. There in the doorway, with 2 torches on either side for light, was standing a huge man with a cape and a nasty-looking weapon. Kakashi saw that the weapon was a kanabo, a large 8-sided club made from solid oak with metal studs all over the sides. It was a heavy but brutal weapon, something that would shatter bones and organs with a single hit. And given the size of the man and the force that could be used behind it, Kakashi was going to have to make sure to keep his distance. Kakashi threw several smoke bombs quickly to give Naruto some cover. The large man swung his weapon in an arc through the smoke. He felt a few hits, which was odd since there were only 2 of them. That is until a few Naruto clones came out and grabbed the man. The real Naruto jumped up high, stepping on the man's head and using that to spring himself over and through the doorway. Guro easily managed to get the clones off him as they dispelled. At least Guro had an idea as to why there were so many attackers, but all of those from just one boy. He didn't think that was possible. If it was, then the boy's chakra would be higher than most ninja in the entire world. But regardless, he would have to get the boy later if the rest of his team didn't. Now he had to deal with Kakashi first. That man was the most dangerous out of the group. Guro calmly waited for the first move. As the smoke cleared, he saw a few shuriken being thrown at him. Most likely thinking that would work, but there was something that Kakashi didn't know. Guro swung his weapon as easily as though it weighed nothing, smashing the small metal objects. He saw that Kakashi was finishing up a jutsu of his own, as those had just been a distraction. Well, Guro had a surprise for him. He dropped his weapon as he started his own hand seals. Thankfully, he could do this jutsu in his sleep. Kakashi let loose a large blast of fire. He knew it would be seen from the walls, but battling this man would get anyone's attention anyway. So it would be best to end this quickly, as he could and then get inside out of the line of sight before that happened. The flame enveloped a wide area. There wasn't much in the way of getting away from that kind of attack. As the flames died down, he was surprised by what he saw. There was now a large wall of red-hot rock protecting the ninja. For a moment nothing happened, and then Kakashi felt a small tremor in the ground. He knew this jutsu that was about to happen. With only a split second to get himself safe, he jumped out of the way. He just managed to make it when a large hand came out of the ground, just missing his foot. Soon the large man erupted out of the ground and swung his massive weapon at Kakashi. The large weapon passed by so close that he could feel the wind as it passed by his face as he dodged it. Not bad, but let's see you dodge this, Guro said as he thrust the top of his weapon into the ground. Suddenly a dozen sharp sword-like objects, that were made from the earth itself, came from the ground. Kakashi guessed that the weapon could be used to make earth-type jutsus like how Tamari used her fans. But this created more and more of these earth blades from the ground. Kakashi had to keep moving or else suffer being impaled. Already he felt 2 of the blades cut into him. One grazed his thigh. Thankfully it didn't get a clean hit, but the one that got an arm had been better. He gritted his teeth, feeling the sharp stone and earth cut into the flesh of his left arm. He needed to end this a lot quicker if he wanted to survive. Already he could hear shouts from the walls as the guards were noticing what was going on. Guro grinned to himself. His earth spires were a very nasty jutsu when you were stuck on the ground. That's why he picked this wide open space. There was no high ground to escape. He saw Kakashi moving through the gaps, and he was injured. With his weapon he smashed through his rock spires as he made his way to Kakashi. He jumped on top of a flat edge to gain some height. Guro had managed to get just the right angle as he came down on top of Kakashi. The masked Konoha ninja only had time to turn and face him before the weapon crushed in his skull. Or at least that was what was supposed to happen. Instead, Kakashi turned into smoke, and it was only then that he realized his mistake. He had lost sight of Kakashi long enough for the man to make a shadow clone. It was then he felt the cold steel on his neck. Guro chuckled a bit. Damn, I never even heard you coming up behind me. You really are deserving of your reputation. Last requests? Kakashi asked. He didn't normally give them, but this guy had surprised him with that jutsu. He was glad to have copied it. It might come in handy later on. Just tell them that Guro of the Broken Earth died well. He simply stated before Kakashi cut this throat. It didn't last long as Kakashi quickly turned the kunai and plunged it into the base of the neck. Making sure to kill him as quickly as possible, there was no need to prolong death in such a way. He could only hope someone showed him the same mercy if his time came. Naruto. Naruto had no idea where he was going. Any enemies he came across he just beat up and left behind him. He sent out a few clones in other directions to show him where things were, but all this use of clones was starting to put a strain on him. The clones outside attacking were at half strength. The enemies had been attacking his clones with whatever they could find. Granted, most of the criminals had been beaten, but Naruto was starting to feel it. He hadn't really used this many shadow clones for this amount of time. Normally he used a lot for short periods or a small number for long periods. All the stuff they had been doing was catching up to him. Looking around the place, it all seemed the same to him. The same wooden floors, the same red pillars with gold trim. Nothing really stood out, and he was just taking one turn into another. He finally seemed to have found his way into some central area. There were some large stone statues of some kind of figures. He didn't know who they were supposed to be. Then again, if it wasn't about ninja in school, he never did pay much attention. There were two stairwells next to each other going up, and a gap between them going down. It looked like some kind of large meeting hall of something. So now he had a choice, to go up and down. Kakashi said that they might have dungeons, so maybe down was the best route. If not, he could always come back and then take the other way up. He was just about to run to the stairs leading down when a huge gust of wind hit him. He flew back, slamming into one of the statues. Damn, you're still alive, Kimi said as she had been hidden behind one of the large statues waiting. I'd have thought that those trees would have killed you. Buddha or Kami must smile upon idiots and fools, that is if you believe in that kind of stuff. Where's Tamari-chan? Naruto said as he struggled to get up. His back hurt, but he had been hit a lot worse than. He could feel the metallic taste of blood in his mouth. Most likely he got a cut lip from his teeth or something. Oh, so it's Tamari-chan, huh? So you two are together that way? Kimi stated as she slowly moved forward with her own fan. What if I said she was already dead? You're lying. She's not dead. Naruto shouted out at her. Then I guess you'll have to see for yourself, that is if you think you can beat me. Kimi stated as she got into a fighting pose. Chapter 28. Settling Matters. Naruto was staring down the female ninja in front of him. This was the one that had most likely blown him into the trees earlier. She had a fan just like Tamari's, only in a different style. He didn't know where Tamari was, but this girl obviously knew, and he would make her tell him what she knew. He charged forward, making several clones as he ran at her. She smirked. She couldn't believe he would do something so careless. Was the boy an idiot or just had a death wish? She opened her fan and used it to make a large wind, blowing him and his clones away. The clones disappeared when they hit the ground, but Naruto slowly got up. He wouldn't give up, and he would make her tell him the truth. He threw one of the few kunai he had left, knowing she would use her fan to get rid of them. When she drew back her fan, he went off at an angle. Now she would have to deal with the kunai or get hit by them, while she had to focus on that he would attack her on a totally different approach. She did use the wind to knock the weapons away, but with her backhand she managed to use her fan one more time. This time Naruto was thrown back into one of the large statues before hitting the ground. Well, that was better, Kimi stated as she rested her fan on the ground and leaned on it. But in order to beat a wind user, you can't come at us so directly, and you have to be fast. In a one-on-one fight, you can't beat someone like me. I won't give up, Naruto said through gritted teeth as he pushed himself up. Huh, that should have broken at least one bone, Kimi looked at the boy. He should be hurting more than just that. Either she was losing her touch or the kid was tougher than normal. Then again he did survive being buried under some trees. She opened her fan ready to finish him off when she sensed someone coming up fast behind her. Kimmy managed to dodge just as Tamari's kick flew past her head. Kimmy turned to get her fan in use, but in close quarters it wasn't easy. Tamari-chan. Naruto yelled out, seeing her. Leave this to me, Naruto. This is personal, Tamari told him, not looking at him as she wanted to keep her eyes focused on her opponent. She knew that she couldn't let Kimmy get any distance. Tamari hadn't found her fan, so she was at a major disadvantage. Sure, with Team 7 she had been learning some combat without the fan, but it was still her preferred mode of fighting. She kept at the older woman, never letting her get any distance or time to use any technique. But she was having a hard time landing a hit on the girl too. Kimmy had closed her fan and was now using it as a defensive barrier. Hitting the metal fan was like hitting a wall. She once tried for a side kick and Kimmy had placed the fan in her way. Now Tamari's shin hurt like hell. She was lucky she pulled at the last moment, or else she might have broken it. Kimmy kept on jumping away, trying to get the distance, but Tamari was right on her tail the entire time. You've improved, Kimmy noted as they fought. But you still don't know everything I taught you. Kimmy opened her ran, but instead of waving it around sideways, she spun it around vertically in a circle. Tamari was caught by surprise when a wind shield was created. But she had her own surprise. You never taught me everything. Tamari bit her thumb to draw out blood. Normally she would use another means to call on him, but thankfully there were many different ways to call forth a summon animal. She called forth Kamatari, the one-eyed weasel that carried a sickle with him. Go, Kamatari. On it, the weasel stated as he flew with tremendous speed at Kimmy. The summon animal could move so quickly that most people couldn't follow him. But with Kimmy's wind shield, all his strikes ended up hitting her barrier. That was fine, she planned on it to get some breathing room anyway. Now she just needed a plan of attack before Kamatari went back. She could only summon him in battle for short bursts. Naruto had watched the battle, and although he wanted to know what was going on with them, they seemed to know one another. The girl had said something about training Tamari, and she was using a fan just like his wife. Was the girl from Suna? He also wished he could help, but Tamari seemed really serious about fighting her alone. But she didn't have any weapons. Then he remembered what he found on the way here. He dug into his equipment bag and pulled out the 2 small battle fans. She said he couldn't help, but nothing said he couldn't at least give her back what was hers. Tamari-chan, here. He threw them at her. She caught the items as they were thrown at her. At first she wasn't sure what he was doing and about to chew him out when she saw what they were. The fans he had given her as a gift. She had thought that they had taken them when she woke up, but they must have fallen off her. She smiled as Kimmy would never expect this. She quickly ran at the other girl as she saw her summon animal leaving. Well, that was a new trick, Kimmy said as she pulled her own fan back. But you never were able to beat me, Tamari. It's time to end this. I would have preferred to kill your brother, but I suppose we never get what we want. Kimmy sent out a blade of air at Tamari, trying to cut her in half. Tamari quickly opened her fans and in a crisscross fashion created 2 smaller versions of the same air blade. Although Kimmy's was larger, Tamari's were more accurate and cut a hole for her passage through them. Normally her larger fan would have just cancelled out the other jutsu. This way the air blade was now cut into 2 as it cut 2 paths of destruction behind her. Kimmy was surprised by this as she tried to get her fan back into position for another shot. Tamari was faster though. She managed to duck under the large fan and with one swipe, cut into Kimmy's stomach with the fan in her hand. Kimmy dropped her fan as she held her stomach. She hadn't expected Tamari to know a new style of fan battling. She had to admit, Tamari had grown a lot since she last saw her. In a strange way she was kind of proud of that. She winced as the pain made her fall to her knees. The feel of her hot blood was covering her hands. She knew that if she pulled her hands away, her guts would spill out. She was basically dead. It only would be a matter of time now. She could die slowly as her body bled out, or she could die in a short and horrible manner seeing her guts spill out onto the floor. Tamari stepped forward, knowing full well the kind of damage she had just inflicted on the older girl. Kimmy wouldn't be able to use the fan against her again, not without killing herself in trying. She felt a pain deep in her heart at the sight of this. This was something she never wanted in her life. Well, you've gotten stronger. Kimmy coughed up blood that most likely was seeping into her stomach and one lung from a small cut she bet. Do me one favor, even if for old time's sake. What? Tamari asked, trying to keep her voice from cracking in seeing this. Kimmy lifted her head to look at Tamari without any fear. End this, please. I don't want this to drag out. Please send me to him. I want to see him again so bad. Kimmy said as the first tears she had shed in a year finally showed on her face. Tamari placed the fans on either side of her neck. Where's my fan? Second floor. Store room in the east side. You can't miss it. Kimmy said to her. I'm sorry, Tamari said as her hands shook. For everything. Doesn't matter, Kimmy said as she closed her eyes and thought of her dead lover again. She so hoped she would finally be united with him again. Tamari shut her eyes and gritted her teeth as she slid the fans in a crisscross pattern and put some chakra into them. They created 2 wind cuts that decapitated the ex-Suna ninja. Tamari heard the head hit and then the body. She felt the spray of blood hit her body and she slowly forced herself to look. There laying on the ground was someone that had shaped her life. Her head and body separate, there was so much blood as the girl's heart bumped out a few more times before stopping. It was a sickening sight and one she knew would never left her. Tamari-chan. Naruto said, slightly worried as he touched her arm. I need to get my fan, Tamari said as she moved. She didn't look back, she didn't let any emotion onto her face. Which was just as well, at the moment she felt too numb to feel or say anything. When everyone gathered together again, they met up in one of the main rooms. Kakashi had found Sakura and made their way together. They had found Naruto and Tamari, who by that time had found her fan. Soon after that they finally met up with Sasuke. When asked what happened, he just shrugged, saying he had to deal with the ninja he had been trapped with. He didn't elaborate, only that he just had to find another route as he couldn't have broken down the door that had been locked shut. The place was starting to get more and more crowded as Naruto's shadow clone army was starting to dwindle. They needed to come up with a plan on dealing with everything. So, any bright ideas? Sasuke asked as they looked around. We need to deal with this Kane person, Sakura said as she thought about it. Without him, these guys won't be much of a problem. I think we should burn this place down as well, Kakashi stated, seeing the surprised looks. Well, it would cover our escape as well as prevent anyone else from using this place as a base. It would scatter the men and prevent this place being used again by them or others like them. Kakashi looked at his genin. Naruto, Sasuke, can I trust you two to set this up? He figured between Sasuke's fire jutsus and Naruto's natural ability to wreak havoc and destroy things, they could easily make this place a smoldering ruins in a few hours. Sure, but where are you going, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked him. To take care of a loose end, Kakashi said cryptically as he went on his way. Kane was in his room waiting for an update on what was going on. The sounds of battle had slowly been fading over time. For now he needed to know what the status was. A few men had come up and told him a few things, that there were fighting inside the compound, but after that nothing else. He hadn't heard back from those ninja either. He wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not. He looked out the large window that was behind his desk. So far the fighting seemed to be dying down. There weren't any more explosions, at least. He didn't want to think about the repairs. He just hoped that girl was worth enough to cover it. Interesting office, an unfamiliar voice said behind him. I should have known it would have been at the highest point of the building. Kane turned around quickly, but there was no one there, but then again there was a lot of darkness. He had turned out most of the lights so no one would see him at the window. Being killed while he was looking out at the battle would have been a bad move on his point simply because the light was giving his profile away at the window. He slowly edged towards his desk for the blade he kept there. You have me at a disadvantage, Kane said, looking for any kind of movement. It seems I have an uninvited guest. You wouldn't happen to let me know who you are and what happened to the ninja I hired, would you? The name you don't need to know, as I don't think you're worth it. As for the ninja, well. Suddenly a presence was felt behind him as Kane felt a cold blade enter his back. He choked out a sound as he tried to look behind him. He never heard a thing, never even knew the man was behind him until it was too late. Kakashi leaned in and gently said to him, "As for the ninja, you'll be seeing them." He reached with his other hand and quickly snapped the man's neck. He let him fall to the floor and left. The place would soon be on fire and he didn't want to be here when it did. Later, when they returned from their mission, all of village had been waiting to see them. Once again they were given a hero's welcome. When word got around that the threat was gone, people wanted to thank them all personally. But after a long mission they really needed to get to rest. So with some thanks to all the people, they moved to their rooms in the hotel eager for a rest. They were all tired and sporting some injuries as well that they needed to see attending. For Kakashi, he threw his vest down as he got out the injury kit he kept in one of his sealed scrolls. They had put a minimum amount of time on their injuries back before they left to come back to the village, but now it was time to get a better look at them. So far as missions went, it hadn't been too bad. Sure, they had some problems, but all missions do. No one needed to go to the hospital and they had accomplished all their goals. He doubted the survivors of that criminal organization would attack the village anymore. Not without their leader or the ninja. The people of the village could defend themselves against common criminals now. He started with fixing up his injuries. It was times like this a medic would come in handy. He only knew the basic field medic training that Anbu needed to know. As sometimes you had to do solo missions, and if you got hurt, well, you were pretty much screwed if you didn't know how to treat yourself well enough to get to safety. But thinking about the mission, he couldn't help but think something was going on that he didn't know about. Tamari looked very distracted and Naruto seemed concerned, and not for her physical injury. Someone had happened and she wasn't talking about it. Naruto could look after that, but he would have to keep an eye on her if things got worse. She was obviously dealing with something. Then there was Sasuke. He was in deep thought as well, but it seemed more like he was trying to make up his mind about something. The only one he really didn't have to worry as much about was Sakura. She did seem a little down when she looked at Sasuke, but other than that she was doing well. This was why he didn't like to teach young kids. They weren't mature enough to handle some things and he had no experience in dealing with kids. It was part of the reason he always failed the previous genin teams. Well, that and they had no teamwork at all, and this way he could have more time to himself. But with Team 7 he thought that maybe he saw some hope that he had found the perfect team. Well, he should have known that no one was perfect, he mused with a chuckle. Hell, more often than not, he was brought back to his own genin team under Yellow Flash. But it seemed that the bond of Team 7 had been shaky lately. Tamari had helped. She had formed bonds with Naruto and Sakura, but Sasuke still remained the problem. After finishing his first aid and laid down on his futon with a sigh, he stared up the ceiling wondering what he could do to help things out. Maybe he should ask Asuma and Kurenai. They at least had teams that seemed to work well with each other. He could ask Guy, but he dismissed that. Just because if he ever asked Guy for anything, the man would hold that over his head for years and it just wasn't worth it. Thinking of home brought his mind to Anko. Maybe she could have a talk with Sasuke. He might actually listen to her as she was given a curse seal as well. Maybe they could find something in common and she could warn him about the path he was walking down. It was a long shot, but it couldn't hurt. In fact, he felt that was a good idea. He'd go and see her and ask her. Thinking of the purple-haired woman brought this thoughts to this little, friends with benefits thing they had going. Besides the fact that the sex was great and she was fun to hang out with, he was thinking of her more often. It was really odd, he never had a woman brought to his mind so much. Was it just lust they had with each other, or could there be something more? Or maybe it was just him. After all, he had never really had a real relationship. Maybe he was just catching up with his age, but he was only just 26. Then again, in the ninja world that could be considered middle age, that was a laugh, him having a midlife crisis already. Maybe Anko just wanted to have someone that she could have fun and stress relief with. After all, she was a younger woman of 24, she had time to just play around before she felt the need to commit to anything, he bet. He sighed again, he wouldn't think about it for now. Right now he just wanted to sleep and then face any problems in the morning. In the Tamari and Naruto Uzumaki room, it was pretty silent. Naruto, being mostly healed up, only needed some bandages, a few were just for show for the others too. Tamari needed help though, as her ribs were sore as was her arms. Naruto helped with putting bandages on her exposed torso. He couldn't help but blush as he did so, but he noticed her eyes had that faraway look in them. Sorry you had to do that, Naruto said, knowing what she was most likely thinking about. It's okay. It happens, Tamari said in a neutral voice. One day's friend could be tomorrow's enemy. No, it's not okay, Naruto said sternly as his raised voice actually got her full attention. She had rarely heard him with that tone of voice to her. You two knew each other. I don't know the full story, but I could tell that you two were friends. It doesn't matter. It's all in the past. Tamari shouted as she turned away from him. She felt the stinging in her eyes from tears. She didn't want to cry. She didn't want to have anyone see her cry. She hated to be seen as weak, and she wouldn't do that now. It should matter, Naruto said to her as he placed a hand on her shoulder. She shrugged it off, not wanting him to feel sorry for her. You don't know what it's like to kill a friend anyway. Tamari said the words without thinking them, she just wanted to lash out. She had lost one of the most important people in her life not once but twice. And this time she had killed her. She could still see the bloody corpse she had turned Kimi into. Every time she closed her eyes she could see that image. There was a silence for a moment until Naruto spoke softly. There was a boy, his name was Haku. When I first met him I thought he was a girl actually, but he helped me. He told me that to truly be strong, you need someone precious to protect. He gave me something that I hold onto. It's one of my most important rules I live by. Then the next time we saw each other, he was trying to kill me and Sasuke. Tamari turned slowly to face him and she saw the sadness in his eyes as he remembered that day. I never blamed him, he was just trying to protect his most precious person. I nearly did kill him too. I wanted to kill him, but when I saw his eyes I just couldn't. He was a lot like me too, I considered him a friend. But in the end he sacrificed himself to protect a ninja that Kakashi was going to kill. I know that it was Kakashi that did the killing blow, but I still think I could have stopped him. I could have done something, grabbed him, but I didn't. Sometimes I still think that I didn't stop him on purpose. That a part of me was still angry that I thought at the time he had killed Sasuke. Naruto shook his head at that. Still, he was a good person really, and I think of him as a friend. Even though I just met him, but in the end my team killed him just because we were on separate sides. But I still hold on to what he taught me. He finished. He hadn't noticed she had moved until she was holding on to him. She was holding on tightly, more for herself than anything else, so he gently held her back. How do I go on? How do I live with this? She asked, nearly choking on the tears she was holding back. She was like an older sister to me, and she made a choice too. She tried to kill you, Naruto said, trying to think of something that could ease her pain. Just remember what she was like, remember the good times. Remember her as she was. That's how I like to remember Haku, as the person I met in that field and not as my enemy who died. Tamari couldn't take it anymore. All the pain she had been pushing down, she just couldn't do it anymore. She broke down as she started to cry into his shoulder. The pain of losing Kimi again, of learning the truth, of killing her and everything else, as it was just too much. She needed something to hold onto, and Naruto was perfect. He let her cry her heart out to him, letting his presence help her deal with the pain. Sometime later, Team 7 finally made it home without any trouble. Tamari had been very quiet on the way home, but no one pushed her. She was always by Naruto's side, almost like she was taking strength in just his presence. Sasuke was quiet as well, and so it was left to Naruto and Sakura to try and keep things interesting as they made their way back. The two tried to lighten the mood, but it wasn't easy. By the time they reached the massive gates of the village, Kakashi could literally feel the sigh with his team. It had been a long mission and everyone would be tired. Why don't you all go home? I'll handle the mission report, Kakashi told them. His charges made their way home and Kakashi sighed, not sure if he could deal with this. He wasn't good with dealing with the emotions of one so young. He might have to deal with this if things didn't improve. At least with Tamari, she had Naruto who seemed to be helping her with something. Sasuke was just a mystery. He was walling himself up and not letting anyone even close. With Naruto and Tamari, he was watching his young wife carefully. She hadn't said much after that night. She broke down crying. He figured she was just coming to terms with everything. She had told him everything about Kimi, how she had been the one that Tamari had looked up to and trained her in the use of the fan. How things had gone when Gaara had killed her lover while he had been in some kind of battle lust. She went straight to the shower and changed. He felt like the same and used the smaller one downstairs in their home. When he came out, he looked over the place. It had started to take on a feel of a real home lately. Here and there were touches of both himself and her. There were a few pictures hanging on the living room wall, of Team 7 and others. There was a picture of Tamari and her old team and family. He also saw a present he made for her once. He had taken her old Suna headband and put it into a glass case and placed it on the wall. When she had seen it and asked him why he did it, he just said that she should be proud of where she came from. So that she would never forget and that everyone would know she was proud of her Suna heritage. She had given him a beautiful smile and pulled him into a kiss for that. Apparently he had made a good choice in that. He had changed in the small bathroom after taking the clothes with him for his shower. He dropped his dirty clothing in the hamper, knowing if he didn't she would get angry with him. He finished drying his hair and placed it in there as well. Naruto made it up to the second floor. His old room before the marriage was pretty much turned into a spare room now. Since he now slept in the same bed as Tamari after their wedding. At first it took some getting used to, but he grew to really like it. He stepped into their room and saw that she already had a nightgown on and slipped inside the bed. She was turned away from him and he paused, wondering if she wanted to be alone. Please stay. Tamari told him almost like she could tell what his hesitation was about. Naruto wordlessly slipped into bed with her as she turned and hugged herself to his body. She didn't cry, but she did need to have some kind of comfort. She felt a little weak at doing this, but she didn't care anymore about appearances. Besides, as long as it was Naruto, she didn't care what he saw. For him, she could afford to look weak because he would never judge her, only love her. It was that feeling of love that she needed the most in this moment. It would take time for this opened wound to heal over again, but as long as she had her husband, she knew that the healing process would be better this time around. Sasuke finally made it home and the place was quiet as usual, which he didn't mind. Sometimes he preferred the quiet. There were no distractions or anything else. No one to pressure him or fangirls to annoy him. No more people with pity in their eyes that looked at him or anything else like that. Here was a place where no one would bother him, and he was surrounded by the memories of what he had to do with his life. He had to make these halls full again one day while ensuring that no one was left to harm them. To avenge the blood that had been spilled here. He kicked his shoes off and went to his room. He placed his backpack on the floor. He would go through it and get it ready for whenever they had another mission. He placed his weapon pouch off his leg and onto a small table. He slowly opened it as he placed a finger through the hole of a kunai and quickly turned. He brought the kunai up to the neck to the red-headed girl behind him. Fuck. Chiyuya cried out, taking a step back. What the hell? Don't sneak up on me, ever. Sasuke told her as he placed the weapon back. I see you were able to get in easily enough. Yeah, just fucking fine. Chiyuya rubbed her neck. She thought it would be funny to sneak up on the kid, how the hell was always on their guard even in their own home. Then again, given the history of this place, maybe she could see why. Having your older brother kill everyone here at night, she wouldn't sleep too heavily either. So where can I set up? There's a room down the hall. It was a spa for visitors that you can place your things. He told her. She shrugged as she went back into the hall and picked up her bag. She couldn't believe that she had to stay here again, but at least it was in a nice place. She wasn't hiding in the shadows or in some abandoned building or room with the others of her team. It was good to have some personal space. Honestly, sometimes the others really got on her nerves. The room was pretty decent, a little dusty, but then again it wasn't like she expected him to dust the entire place. Hell, given she had to hide out here, it gave her something to do. She sighed. She was told to do anything in order to get the Uchiha boy on their side, and she knew that anything meant anything. Any kind of manipulation or lie, even telling him the truth, even offering him her body if it came to that, she would do anything for the mission. But she would accomplish this mission. The boy had already accepted her offer. That was the first step. Now she just had to show him all the things that Orochimaru could offer him and he would go willingly. Chapter 29. Home front. It had been nearly a week since the return from Wave and things were settling back to normal. Currently Naruto and Tamari were in their yard continuing his wind elemental training. Naruto was glad that Tamari was more like her old self. He did see her look sad at times when she thought he wasn't looking, but he knew that it would take time to get over it. He still felt sad thinking about the third Haku. Currently Naruto was trying to cut a rock in his hand again. He really wanted to get this done. He had been using clones to help him lately under Tamari's watchful eye, of course. The first time he tried to do it with an army of clones, he collapsed after it. She had been worried and then pissed at him for going too far. So she was helping him while he used a small supply of clones. It wasn't as fast, but over the time they had been starting this, he felt he was making progress. Alright, Tamari said from her place in front of the real Naruto. Call back all the clones and let's see how this works now. Okay. Naruto eagerly dispelled them and felt the head rush of information being slammed into his head. Although he was only using a dozen, it was still a little taxing. But he felt that he was a lot closer now. He looked at the rock and concentrated. He felt for the wind chakra like Tamari had taught him to. He covered the rock in both hands as he shut his eyes and felt the chakra starting to move. It took him a moment, but the loud crack told him something had happened. He opened his hands and grinned. The rock was split in two. It wasn't a clean break. The edges were all jagged and there were cracks all along the split, but he did it. Yes. Finally I cut the stupid rock. Tamari smiled a little seeing him jump up with joy. Whenever he accomplished something he acted like he had moved a mountain. Well, it was impressive with how fast he had learned this. It had taken her a good year to fully master it and he had done it in months. Or at least he had taken the first step at least. Settle down and look at this, Tamari told him, picking up a rock herself. Naruto sat down and watched as she placed both hands onto the rock. There was the same cracking sound, but when she opened her hands the rock was split perfectly. It was a seamless clean cut, unlike Naruto's cut. This is what you'll have to shoot for now. Just cutting it isn't enough, you need to also learn how to make a smooth cut like this. When you have, that means you have mastered calling out your wind chakra. She explained to him. Ah, I wanted to learn some cool wind jutsu, he pouted while crossing his arms. Tamari tried not to sigh. It was strange how Naruto one moment could be kind of cool but then reverted back to a childish state. Well, he needed to learn patience. There was no way she was going to have him get himself killed by jumping into things like he had a habit of doing. Look, this is important, Naruto. Wind is the most dangerous type of element to use if you don't know what you're doing. I heard how one person tried to use this one wind jutsu without practicing enough, and you know what happened. The kind off his arm was flayed off his body, the entire arm. They couldn't fix that given all the other damage, and he lost his arm, and nearly died from it. Naruto paled at the thought of all the skin of his arm being ripped off. Maybe it was good to make sure he could do it properly after all. He knew that the damn fox would heal him, but he really didn't want to test the limits. He wasn't immortal or anything, and he didn't want to find out if he could regrow an arm. Plus he bet that would hurt a lot, and didn't feel like finding out what his pain threshold was either. Okay, so how can I learn to make it a cleaner cut? He asked. She smiled as she took his hands and placed a rock in them. I'll show you. Naruto looked at her as she did this. Sure, they were married, yes, they shared a bed and a few times had sex. But even just feeling her hands on his felt really nice. They were soft but strong from her own training and skills. Plus she really smelled nice and she was good looking. She noticed him watching and saw her blush a bit. He must have been staring a bit too hard. Concentrate on your work, she told him gently. Oh sure. He stuck his tongue out a bit as he tried to do what he had just done before with the previous rock. Tamari did enjoy that he did look at her like that. It always felt nice to know that she had this effect on him. Plus she seemed to care more and more for him. First she was scared of him, then as she got to know him, they slowly become somewhat friends. As time went on she found herself caring for him and she was sure falling for him. She was pretty sure she was in love in him, after everything they had been through, and Tamari was thankful for it. When this whole marriage thing was told to her, she feared she would be trapped in some loveless marriage for duty. But things were slowly changing for the better and she was actually glad this happened. Kakashi's apartment. It was a slow week for Kakashi. Training was done for the day with his team and there were no D-rank missions, so they had the read of the day off. Most likely Tamari would help Naruto with his elemental training. Sakura said something about looking up some information at the library. He wasn't sure what, but he got the feeling the girl was looking for what type of ninja she wanted to be. She was at a crossroads it seemed, and he hoped whatever path she chose to follow she put her heart into it. As for Sasuke, well, he was as distant as ever. Something was going on as he left without a word and went back to his home as soon as he could. Even before he used to at least be with his teammates sometimes, now it was like he found the team an annoyance. He really wished he knew what he could do with that boy. Unfortunately his plan with Anko hit a snag. She had been on a mission when they had returned. He left a message at her place and she would show up at some point, he hoped. He also hoped that she could at least try and talk some sense into Sasuke. Kakashi wasn't sure, but he was worried that boy might be experimenting with the curse mark. It wasn't anything he noticed at first, but the boy seemed to be a bit darker lately and he knew the kind of effects that mark had on you. Plus, with all the secrecy he had been doing, it could mean that Sasuke was doing something that Kakashi wouldn't approve of. The boy also had refused the new seal as well. He hoped he was wrong, it could be something else entirely. He sighed as he lay on his bed trying to read his book but failing. He just couldn't enjoy it while his mind was going a mile an hour. It was then that he heard a knock on his door. Curious, he placed his book on the nightstand and went to answer the door. He was pleasantly surprised to see a slightly dirty Anko with a bag on her shoulder. "Hey, saw your message, you needed my help with something?" she asked as she walked into his place. "I was hoping you might be able to talk with Sasuke." Kakashi filled her in on everything that was going on with him, even his concerns on what he might be doing. He could already see that Anko was a bit concerned as well. She knew full well the kind of life it was with that mark on you. How you had to constantly try and not have to worry about it, or give in to temptation. She sighed with a frustrated sound as she took her hair down. "Well, that certainly is something to worry about if he's using that thing. I told you that you should have just placed that new seal on him even if he didn't want it," Anko told him. "You know that I couldn't do something like that to another ninja without their say-so," Kakashi told her as he took in her appearance. "Did you come straight here after your mission?" "Yeah, I was going to take a shower but they had to shut off the water," Anko said, slightly annoyed. "They had a burst pipe, so for the next few hours my apartment is without water. So I figured I could use yours. Be my guest." Kakashi smirked as she slipped out of her coat. He picked it up. "You want me to wash this with your clothing?" "Well, you don't have to, but it would be nice," Anko said as she started to slip out of her clothing on the way to the shower. She knew that she was teasing him, but it wasn't like they hadn't seen each other naked already. She was totally naked by the time she hit the bathroom and placed her bag on the sink. She started the water and when the warm water hit her skin she felt instantly better. Her muscles started to relax a bit as she washed off days of sweat, dirt and grime from her body. By the time she was done she felt better than ever. She showered and now she needed one more thing. She opened the door and noticed he wasn't outside. Anko was a bit disappointed by that. She wrapped a towel around herself and found him in the next room. Kakashi had one of those washer-dryers that was put into a hallway closet. Lucky him, she had to use the laundry room at her place. She wrapped her arms around him. "So, now that I have to wait for my clothing to dry, is there anything we can do to pass the time?" Kakashi looked over his shoulder and noticed her lack of dress. "I think we can think of something." She grinned as she pulled off his mask and kissed him deeply. She had been craving this lately and wrapped her arms around him. She didn't care that the towel fell off her. Kakashi picked her up by her ass as she locked her legs around him as he carried them into the bedroom. Lemon. It didn't take long for them to get Kakashi in a similar state of dress as herself. They were happily laying together on his bed, kissing and feeling each other's bodies. She moaned when he started to suck on her neck. It was one of her pleasure spots and he used it all the time. She felt one of his hands going to her sex and started to work their magic on her. She moaned as she decided to return the favor. Her hand snaked its way down his body as she felt his hard manhood. She gently started to stroke him, hearing pleasing sounds from him. It was so nice to have someone she could have sex with whenever they needed it. It was just too hard to find a decent guy, Either they were good in bed but she could never see herself in a relationship with them. Or they seemed like a nice guy but came in like seconds. Kakashi seemed to be the best of both worlds. He was a decent guy, she got along with him and the sex was always enjoyable. Hell, he even gave her that new seal that helped to subdue that stupid curse mark on her neck. He really wasn't such a bad guy, so why were they just friends with benefits? Maybe because she didn't want to screw up what was a good thing. Besides, her in a relationship. What was she thinking? Shut up and just enjoy, Anko told her brain. I don't need to overthink this. Oh shit. God, he's good with those fingers. Kakashi started to trail his kisses down to her chest, making sure to give proper attention to her breasts. They really were nice ones too, not too big, not too small, and they felt great. Plus he loved the sounds she made when he started to suck on her nipples. Oh fuck me, Anko moaned softly, grabbing his head as she started to take one of her hardening nipples into his mouth. The feel of his mouth working on the sensitive part, the way his tongue played with it. She didn't even had to tell him to bite down as he knew she liked it like that. I'll get to that in a moment, Kakashi chuckled as he started on the other one. To hell with a moment, do me now, she told him. Well, if you insist. He sat up and turned her onto her stomach. He pulled her hips up as she got on her hands and knees facing away from him. You better put that in the right hole, Kakashi, she warned him. She never did like anal, it was just too painful for her at the moment, but he didn't seem to mind. She felt his hand caressing her back, going along her spine, making her shiver in anticipation. Then she felt his sex organ slightly rubbing against her wet sex. She moved her hips, trying to get more feeling of their skin rubbing against each other. Then he lined himself up and pushed into her. She moaned out as her head hung down. She loved how deep he could get in this position, and with being able to angle his thrusts downward, he could rub against her G-spot too. He started with slow, methodical thrusts as she pushed her body back against him. Kakashi had to admit that Anko had a great ass. He groped it as they had sex. Then an idea got to him. He took one hand away and spanked her ass. The loud smack sound was heard with an outcry from him. Want more? Kakashi grinned. Yes, do it harder. She told him, getting turned on by this. She never told anyone, but she had this fantasy of being taken across someone's lap and being spanked. She just felt silly about it, so she never once mentioned it. Thrusting or spanking? Kakashi asked, amused. Both, she replied. He started to comply with her wishes. Each time he slapped her ass, she couldn't help but cry out in shock and pleasure. He would then caress it and then start again, plus he was going faster and harder now. After a few minutes of this, she just knew her ass would look all red, but it was so worth it. Oh god, I'm getting close. Fuck me as hard as you can, Kakashi. He grunted with the effort as he used both hands on her hips to pull her towards him as hard as he could. She was crying out in pleasure now. She couldn't even hold herself up as her arms gave out. She bit into his pillow, screaming to muffle the sounds. Then her whole body just started jerking as she screamed out as she climaxed. Kakashi, feeling how her body suddenly was now clenching his manhood, he couldn't take it anymore. With a few more hard thrusts, he moaned as he filled her body. After a moment of catching his breath and after his body was done, he leaned down onto her gently. Anko moaned in post-orgasmic delight, feeling his body pressed up against hers felt nice. They shifted to their sides as he held her to him. It felt nice just being like this. Both of them did like the sex, but these moments were nice as well. They didn't need to say anything, they just lay there holding of caressing each other lightly. Anko closed her eyes, enjoying the feeling. This was something she never did before. Mostly it was either disappointing or after the orgasm she dressed or kicked the guy out of her bed. With Kakashi it was different, she actually liked just laying here in his arms. What she didn't know was that he was feeling the same thing. He liked having her here in his arms, it felt natural for some reason. But she wasn't totally satisfied just yet, she was ready for a bit more fun first. She turned around and faced him. She grinned as she pushed him onto his back and started to trail kisses down his body. She took his limp member in her hand and started some of her oral treatment on it. Kakashi groaned. He was still sensitive down there, and the things she was doing with her tongue felt better than normal. She would moan as she licked him, and when he was hard enough, that's when she started to suck on him. She would do just the tip at first and slowly get more and more down. Oh God, Anko, he said, feeling her warm wet mouth working on him. She really was great at this, and the moans she made while doing it only added to it. If you keep this up, I'm not going to last long. She stopped licking her lips at him. Well, we can't have that, can we? She grinned as she sat up and started to straddle him. She eagerly took hold of his member and guided herself down onto him. Oh yes, this is what a girl needs, she grinned, grinding her hips against his. Kakashi slowly caressed her body as she started to ride him gently. They started off slow, making this one last longer as they both wanted to enjoy it. She moaned as she threw her head back as she started to go a bit harder. She felt his hands on her chest as she ran her hands over his stomach. She really loved the six-pack he had on him. Soon they were going at it harder as she rode him harder. He pulled her down as he lifted his head to start taking one of her breasts into his mouth while she rode him. She cried out as she gripped the sheets, going faster and harder as he thrust back with equal force. She lost track of time as they continued on, but Anko couldn't hide it anymore. She cried out his name as she felt herself finally climax. She fell onto him, feeling him continue on. He gripped her ass as she moaned in pleasure, feeling him continue. He suddenly pushed against her as hard as he could, groaning in the wet warm feeling of his release. Lemon end. Both of them were tired and aching after their round of sex. Kakashi laid on his back with Anko snuggled up against him, resting her head against his shoulder. The sheets were a mess, and so were they, but they felt better for it. Anko chuckled as a thought hit her. I'm going to need another shower now. God, I think I got more aches. Why does good sex have to give you that? Well, it's worth the price, he told her, looking down at her. She really did look great with her hair down, even if it was slick from sweat and sticking to her head like that. She looked up at him with her brown eyes. What? She asked, seeing him stare. Just thinking how good you look even now, he said honestly. Anko smiled a bit. It was a little corny since she never really had the pillow talk before now. Truth was, she kind of enjoyed it. With Kakashi there was no pressure or awkwardness after sex. She just hit him lightly for going soft on her, but it did feel nice just being here. She moaned as she thought of what she had to do now. Crap, now I need another shower, and the aches and pains on top of the aches from sex won't help. I'm tired and I'm really not looking forward to the walk home. Kakashi hadn't thought of that, so the words were out of his mouth. Then stay. She looked up at him to see if he was serious, and he looked to be. She smiled as she sighed and relaxed. You better be careful, a girl could get used to this. He chuckled at that as he gently wrapped an arm around her, his hand slowly stroking her bare shoulder. Honestly, thinking on it, was this really so bad having her here? It got him thinking about what if it was like if they actually were more than they were now. What they had now was very comfortable, but honestly they always seemed to be spending more and more time together. Sometimes he felt like he was making excuses to visit her. She seemed to accidentally run into him. What he didn't know was that she had known he was taking a certain route and decided to pass by him. She was finding that she liked having him around. He didn't judge her past like many had. He was fun to be around with as well. But both were uncertain as to bring up what they had and what they felt about it. Maybe it was just a need for human contact. After all, when they went home, they went to an empty apartment. There was no one waiting for them or to welcome them home. When they spent the night at each other's, it felt nice to feel a warm body next to theirs. It was like a small hole that they hadn't known about was being slowly filled up. Anko was now thinking how when she got home these days she felt bored and isolated. The thing was, she always felt like that, but since this thing with Kakashi she was actually aware of it. She also noticed something else. Normally when she saw couples out and about she just shrugged it off. She had never really thought about relationships, but seeing people now made get this longing. She didn't like it. She never envied anyone in her life, so why start now? If she wasn't so young she would say her age was catching up to her. Originally all she thought was that good friends and good sex now and again was all she needed. So why did she feel like she wanted more out of life all of a sudden? She felt how Kakashi was lightly running his hand over her shoulder. No one had done that to her before. What surprised her the most was how much she liked it. She knew that this was dangerous, thinking that maybe this whole thing with him was a mistake after all. Maybe it was time to cut and run before things got too complicated. She didn't want to ruin the friendship, but she found she would miss what they had now. She scowled a bit. Things had been going so well, and now she just had to start thinking on things, and it had ruined it all. Maybe she should talk to Kurenai about this. She hadn't told her friend all the details as to why she was hanging out with Kakashi all the time, but maybe her friend could give her some advice. With that in mind, she forced herself not to think on this anymore. She was tired and wanted some sleep. Maybe in the morning she could just forget all about this and keep things going. Maybe even a little fun in the shower with him before she left at least. That would be some fun, at least if things went crazy. Uchiha Compound. Sasuke was currently in his training room trying to master the curse mark. It wasn't easy, and Tayuya was a stern teacher. She didn't let up no matter what, although her personally liked that kind of training. The harder the training, the more powerful you got in Sasuke's mind. Although she had a foul mouth, at least she was a strong ninja. From what he learned, she was more a genjutsu type and a part of something called the Sound Four. But she was teaching him what he needed to learn. Apparently the curse seal was a lot more than what he thought it was. She didn't know everything, but what she did explain was that it altered chakra to the point where it was more powerful. Currently he called upon his powers. He saw the markings flow over his body and felt the strength flow into him. Now remember, you have to control the power constantly. If you lose control, then you can't focus on the battle, she stated as she let the curse seal released on herself as dark lines crawled all over her body. When you can master this, the marks will cover your entire body like mine and not halfway like yours. So the full effect is to get the marks over my entire body. Sasuke asked her. Well, that will let you master level 1 of the curse seal, yes. Level 1. He was surprised by that, so there was more power to this seal. That was very interesting to him. So when I finish this, I can get a new, more powerful level. She laughed at him for a moment. Please, you're no way near ready for that. The curse seal, when first applied, is a 9 in 10 chance of killing you. You were lucky that you were the 1 chance in that 10 that survived. But in order to gain the next step, you have to die. To die. He didn't like the sounds of that. He couldn't afford to die. What the hell does that mean, and does that mean you can't gain that power? I already got to that point, asshole. She didn't like any implication that she might be able to do anything or that she was weaker than someone. And I mean to die figuratively. There is this special ritual you have to go through, and like with getting the curse seal, it can kill you as well. But when you do pass it, you will gain a whole new power. She decided that he might need a small demonstration about it, so she called forth more power. She figured that this place was large enough that the odds of someone nearby sensing the power would be pretty remote. But she would keep it short at any case. Sasuke watched in fascination as the girl before him changed again. But it was more drastic this time around. Her skin became darker, the whites of her eyes became black, and her iris was now a dark golden color. Her hair remained the same, but now white horns were growing out of her head. Some would call it a demonic look, but to him she looked powerful. He could feel the power flowing off her as well, and he wanted it. This is something he needed. With something like this, he could surprise Itachi, and it would shorten the gap of power between them. This is the second level, Tayuya stated as she looked at him. This is the power that you can get with Orochimaru, and you know what? This is only the start of things. There is so many techniques, many that are forbidden that others can't or won't teach you. She could see him thinking about that, and it was true what she was saying. Orochimaru always did experiments to further the strength and power of both himself and those that served under him. Of course, those that were picked to be the experiments didn't have it so lucky, but they were usually the bottom of the barrel people that they could afford to lose. She was told to use any and all means to bring him over, and she could see that a little further enticement might be needed. He was already going down the path, but he needed a little more nudging. Thankfully, those days of watching him, she had learned one thing. He had some sort of rivalry with that blonde-haired idiot for some reason. Although maybe you don't want power, she said as she slowly turned back to her normal form. After all, you're not the most powerful genin in this village anymore, are you? What? He said darkly. I've listened to what people have been saying, she told him with a smirk. I mean, he was the one that defeated that Gaara guy, and what do? They give him the boy's older sister as a peace offering to him. They gave him a powerful female ninja so they could spawn a whole litter of great ninja. I mean, you have to rebuild your clan, don't you? A woman like her would have been great for that. Strong children, and after all, weren't the Uchiha one of the founders of this village? But no, they pass you up and give it to an orphan boy. Someone that has never come from any clan, that was the dead last, that from what I see only gets by through luck. Maybe they want you to mate with someone from this village instead, although that would be a pitiful sight. The girls in this village are all so weak in comparison with someone like Tamari. Someone who is strong, intelligent, capable, knows what it means to be a ninja and the daughter of a cage. She could see her words were worming their way into his mind. The seeds were being planted, of that she could see. As a genjutsu expert, she knew things about deception and manipulation. She looked around the room as she did, it was easy to see what made him tick. Being here, seeing all the empty rooms and homes brought back her own memories. This place was once home to many people, young and old, they worked and lived here, but now it was as silent as a tomb. He didn't know this, but she could relate to what happened to him. Looking at him, she saw the same rage and fire that had burned inside of herself not too long ago. She wanted the power to right a wrong, and Orochimaru had given it to her. So she served him, and she didn't regret it. She turned and left him there, letting her words echo in his mind, and she knew that soon he would come to her, but he needed to also trust her. That might mean she had to do something she didn't want to. If it was just giving him her body, that she could do, but to gain his trust she would have to talk about something. Something in her past that she had never told another living soul, but if she did, he would see her not as just another sound ninja, but as someone that could relate to his pain. Chapter 30. Path of Darkness. It was the afternoon and a few days since his house guest had moved in with him. Sasuke had been training non-stop with the girl when he got away from his team and then went with Tayuya to train in the use of the curse seal. Slowly he felt he was getting somewhere, but he couldn't help be motivated when she had shown him the second level of the mark. That form had looked powerful to him. She had later explained that, like the markings, the second form was different for each person. He wondered what kind of form he would have and the power it would hold. Unlike the training with his team, this training felt like he was actually learning something. Kakashi was being more even with his team, teaching them in groups and wasn't teaching them any new jutsus as he felt they were coming along fine. Well, that wasn't good enough for Sasuke. For Tayuya, she had been watching him as he worked. The boy, she had to admit, put more effort into training than even most ninjas she knew. But she knew what kind of motivation revenge could be. It was a fire that burned inside of you and wouldn't stop no matter what until it was satisfied. Although it was extremely boring in this village, she had to put on a genjutsu or even change her hair color and clothing and walk out looking like a civilian at times. Mainly it was just because she was getting cabin fever just waiting around all day for him to get back. Hell, by this point she looked forward to his time here. At least he was someone to talk to and train with. Sure, it was mostly work related, but anything was better than nothing. Still, she was starting to lose patience with how long this was taking. The boy should have left long ago, but he was still here. She had been trying to be subtle with pushing him to leave, but she soon found out that you had to plant the seeds and let things go from there. Any direct approach wouldn't work with him. Currently they were taking a break from the training. Both were sitting out on one of the decks looking at the setting sun. She was suddenly brought back to an old memory, of a life so long ago and far away that it seemed more like the life of someone else. She wasn't that person anymore, she hadn't been for years. Although her patience was starting to run out, she really didn't like staying in a village that if they found out she was part of the team that had held in their previous Hokage with Orochimaru, well, it wouldn't be good for her. Sasuke was at the moment sitting on the floor in the lotus position trying to bring his curse seal powers to their full potential. He had his eyes closed as he tried to bring the power out of him. He could feel the darkness in it as it slowly moved through his body. He could feel his body becoming stronger, and by now he felt that he had more control over it. He was taught to let the power flow all over and through him, to allow it to roam through his body at a constant rate. It reminded him of his tree climbing exercise. He had to keep it at a constant rate. Too much and it would overwhelm him. Too little and it would be too uncontrollable. If it fought it, then that's why he felt pain earlier in his fight with Gaara. She had explained how he had been trying to use his own chakra but had also been drawing out the curse seal at the same time but was denying the curse seal. Plus Kakashi's current seal on him wasn't helping either. But with the training he had found he could finally draw out the power at will and without any pain. How long do we have to keep doing this? Sasuke finally asked as he opened his eyes looking at her. I got this under control now. Look, if you want more I can only teach you so much, Tayuya said, annoyed at him. Only Orochimaru-sama can give you the full power and even more. Sasuke had heard this all before. He sighed as the power slowly went away. He stood up and glared at her. You always say that. Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. I know you want me to leave and go with you, but I have to know if he can keep his promises of power. I won't waste my time anymore. He can give you the revenge you want, she told him seriously. And how do you know that? She paused. This was the moment she would have to tell him. It would be the only way to get him to know that Orochimaru could give him revenge. She just didn't want to relive that old life, but she had a mission. You think you're the only one that has suffered. You think you're the only one that wanted revenge for being wronged. And how would you know that? You ever wanted revenge for your life and family being destroyed? Yes, I do, you asshole. She shouted at him. You're not the only one that knows the pain of that. Sasuke looked at her for a moment. He hadn't expected that, but looking into her eyes he could see she was telling the truth. Those eyes filled with pain and revenge, were the eyes he looked into the mirror all the time. Especially lately, after his last meeting with Itachi, all he could think about was killing his brother. So did he ever give you what you wanted? Yes he did, she said as she sat down and thought back to the memories. I suppose I should tell you the whole story, but I'm only saying this fucking once. You miss anything too bad. I'm not telling you anything twice or anything, got it? She glared at him as she saw him nod his head. Flashback. It had all started back years ago in one of the smaller nations. She had only been 10 years old at the time. Her village was a farming community that worked in a fairly secluded area. She had been an only child in her family and she knew little of the world. What was the point? After all, she was learning from her mother to how to be a normal girl. She learned how to do everything from her. Her father even taught her how to play a flute, something she kept doing all her life. She didn't remember much of her village, but she did remember was that she had enjoyed her life. But then one day it had all changed. She had been helping her mother with the washing when the shouting had started. That's when they knew something had been wrong. She had pieced it together after the fact, but a group of bandits had came to the village. Since most main villages usually held contracts with certain ninja villages or were protected by other forces. But it was the smaller ones that suffered. They couldn't afford protection or weren't important enough to justify stationing troops. They ran to the house. Tayuya had remembered how scared she had been. Before then, the most violence she had seen was when some of the men got a little drunk in the streets. She saw black smoke rising and knew there was a fire. How bad she wasn't sure at that moment. She just remembered that her mother rushed her into their home. Their home was slightly elevated off the ground as they had plenty of rain in the village. It prevented their homes from flooding. Her mother had been scared. When Tayuya asked about her father, her mother just said that he was most likely fine, but even at that age she knew that her mother had no idea. Her mother pulled aside a heavy basket and pulled up a section of the floor. Years later, Tayuya guessed that villages like hers usually had small places like this just in case of attack. She was quickly placed inside and told that no matter what she wasn't to say or do anything. Tayuya waited under her home. She could hear the sounds of battle outside. Cries and screams along with all kinds of things that gave her nightmares for a very long time after it. Then the door to her home opened. At first she thought it was her father, but there were many heavy footsteps. She had to cover her own mouth as she heard her mother shout and fight the men. But they were many and she had been just one. Tayuya closed her eyes wishing she could block out the sounds that came next, but she couldn't take them away from her mouth in fear. She couldn't trust herself not to make a sound. She had to hear what went on above her, until finally her mother was quiet. She felt the tears on her young face but still made no sound. She listened as they searched her home and then she waited. They left her home and she stayed. She had no idea how long she was under there. Day turned to night and finally when all she heard were the sounds of the night she crawled out. She found that she was the only survivor of that day. She found her mother and closed the door to the room. She couldn't look in there again. She found her neighbors and friends, even a young boy that she couldn't remember his name anymore, only that he brought her a flower once. She found an empty home and stayed there. The food would last for some time but not forever. She couldn't sleep for the entire night. She just huddled in a corner and held herself as her mind tried to process what happened. Her life had been destroyed that day. She found a couple of the men that had attacked her village dead. A pitchfork was in one, another had a scythe had decapitated him. They wore a strange symbol on their clothing. She took one, she wasn't sure why, only that she felt it might be important one day. She had no idea how long she had been there, or how long it had been. The place stank of death when a new group showed up. She hadn't left the village because where would she go? She had no knowledge of anything outside of the area. She had no idea where to go or what to do, so she had stayed, for the simple reason that she had nowhere else to go. When strangers entered the village dressed in strange clothing, she thought it might be them returning or another group. She waited with a knife she had found and hid herself. She wouldn't let other harm her again. She saw that one of them was alone from the others, and so she ran at him. He only had the time to turn and cry out as she stabbed him. He didn't die right away, but she kept on stabbed him. She was so filled with anger, pain and rage she didn't notice when he had stopped moving on the ground, when she was covered in blood, or when his friends pulled her off him. "We should kill this bitch. Look at what she did," one of the masked men said. "Look at her. She looks like a filthy animal," another said, who was holding her as she fought him. "Has she been here this entire time?" Another one who was looking around asked the others. "This place is dead. Is she a survivor?" "Who cares?" the first said, pulling out a kunai. "She's dead." "Hold it," a calm voice said, and all of them froze immediately. It was then that she saw him for the first time. Orochimaru walked up to her and looked her in the eyes. She saw something in his eyes that made her freeze, something that was almost inhuman in his eyes as he stared into her, studying her. He grinned as he judged something about her. "So you survived and killed one of my men. I have to say that interests me. Maybe you were given a reason to live. Tell me, child, what would you do? If there is anything you want to do, what would it be?" She couldn't look away from his commanding eyes. She found herself answering him despite herself. "I want them dead. The ones that did this, I want them all to die." He chuckled at her answer and motioned for the one holding her to let go. "Tell me, if I offer you the power to kill them, would you swear your loyalty to me? Would you serve me?" She didn't even had to think on it. She had no life here anymore. She had nothing. This man was offering her a way to kill those that he'd taken her life. She looked up at him with a cold fire in her eyes. "Yes. Present time. So did you ever find them?" Sasuke asked, hearing the story. "Eventually," Tayuya said to him, looking at him. "It was my initiation into the Sound Four. I was to kill the entire group on my own, which was just fine to me. I waited until dark while watching them. At first I took out the people on watch easily enough. Then made my way through the small camp. There were only 50 of them anyway. I was going to make sure none of them got away. When I was ready, I used my flute to call on my 3 doki. They ran through the camp, killing everyone I could find. I had set up traps in the day that when the few that fled tripped them up. I made sure that those traps were set up to ensure they would suffer before death as well. Then I found the leader of the group, the one that had ordered and led the attack on my home. I saved him for last, and when I got around to him, I had the doki pull his arms and legs off." She grinned at the memory. All the pain and suffering that man had caused in his life was paid back in full. "I watched him die. He begged at first, but then he cursed me all kinds of ways. Eventually the blood loose got to him and he finally died. I went back and took my place in the team." Sasuke looked at her almost for the first time. She had avenged her past through Orochimaru, it would seem. He didn't find any lie in her story or in her words. It would also seem that Orochimaru, for whatever else he was, did deliver on his promises. That was something to think over. Konoha streets. At this moment Naruto was walking with Sakura. They had run into each other and decided to walk together since they were going the same way. It had been some time since they had hung out lately, as they were all busy it seemed. "So how are things going?" Sakura asked her teammate, who was walking with his hands behind his head. "Going great." Naruto smiled at her. Tamari-chan says that pretty soon I'll be able to finally start learning wind jutsu. Although she wants to start me off small, but I'm sure that I'll get some new kick-ass jutsu. Sakura couldn't help but smile at his enthusiasm. It seems everyone is doing something these days. You and Tamari are training together. Sasuke-kun is doing something. Honestly, I'm a little worried about him. Does he seem more distant lately? Naruto thought about it and nodded as he got a bit more serious. Yeah, he's starting to piss me off with his attitude lately. I mean, he just goes off alone after we're done for the day with the team. I don't see him around and hardly says anything. Sakura nodded. Sasuke was getting more and more distant, it seemed. She had no idea why. She kept trying to talk to him, but he just ignored her or said she was annoying. She thought about visiting him, but she knew that wouldn't be a good idea unless he actually invited her. She did respect his privacy enough not to try something like that. But she was stumped as to what was going on with him. Maybe he's just sulking about something, Naruto thought randomly. Or he's just secretly training. Maybe, Sakura said as they walked on. She sighed as she thought about that. You know, I've been looking up things in the library about different types of ninja. I mean, Tamari is a wind user that uses her battle fans. You're a ninjutsu expert given how fast you learn high-rank jutsus. Really? He blinked. That was one of the few times she really complimented him. He grinned broadly at that. He always liked it when people complimented him. Thanks, Sakura-chan. I never really thought what type of ninja I was. I know I suck as genjutsu and my taijutsu is being improved on, thankfully. Sakura had noticed that. Yeah, but then you get to me. I don't come from some family of ninja or anything to learn from. Hey, me neither, Naruto offered. She paused to think on that. At least she had a family. Naruto didn't. Well, until he married, at least. Well, what I mean is that I had no idea what kind of ninja I wanted to be. Usually you find your talents in something and train in that, but with my chakra control there is only two real paths for me. Either genjutsu, but Kakashi-sensei only knows how to deal with those because he has a Sharingan. Then the only other route is medical jutsu. In fact, there were a couple of other things, but she didn't like them. Plus, the last mission had shown her that their team needed a medic. Kakashi had to use only basic medical skills to take care of their injuries. When they had gotten back, they had to go to the hospital to get checked out. She wanted to be useful to her team. She felt like she was watching them all get farther and farther away from her. Oh, you mean like Ba-chan? Naruto said to her. Naruto. You shouldn't call her that, she chided him. Honestly, you should have more respect for the Hokage. I will when she stops pretending she's not 50, he countered. Honestly, he didn't see the point in pretending you were younger than what you were. To him, hiding behind a genjutsu because you didn't want people to see your real age was silly. So he felt it was his duty to remind her that she wasn't young anymore. Well, that, and he knew how much it irritated her. Anyway. You think if I asked for her to train me she would? Sakura knew that asking training from the Hokage herself was not something most people would even try. After all, what were the odds that the Hokage would agree to that? Plus the training would most likely be very intense. But she didn't care about that, she needed the training. From her time with Tamari, Sakura had seen that she was behind where she should be and she needed to do something to catch up. Plus, if she was going to train as a medic, she wanted to be trained by the best so her skills would be an asset for her team. Although she was really nervous, what if the Hokage didn't train her? What would she do? Maybe she could find help elsewhere, but she really needed this. She needed to pull her own weight and be there to support her team in the best way she could, and this was the way she needed to do it. She just needed for the Hokage to see this, and then maybe hopefully she might be given a chance. Naruto noticed her worried look and smiled at her. Hey, don't worry. Ba-chan is pretty smart and she knows good potential when she sees it. You'll just have to be honest with her and show her your determination and she'll train you. You really think so? Honestly, he had no idea, it just sounded good to him. Naruto was a firm believer that if you kept a positive attitude then there was nothing you can do as long as you threw in all your will behind it. It had worked for him up to this point anyway, so why change something that wasn't broken? Of course, plus I believe in you and I know you can do this. She smiled at him. It was nice to hear that from someone. In fact, she realized that he had always been there for her and had been trying to make her feel better. She just hadn't noticed it before now. She felt a little bad not noticing him before, but she had resolved to be a better friend to him, and to let him know that they were good friends now. Thanks, Naruto. You're a good friend, you know that. He only smiled brightly at her, chuckling a bit, just happy to hear that. Former Uchiha District. Anko walked along the deserted streets. Not many people liked to come down this way. Not that she blamed them, the sight of a massacre wasn't the type of place you wanted to live in. Many of the houses were falling into disrepair from being abandoned. Looking around, she saw that a few had been damaged in the sand invasion. A fire had caught on and had burned up a few houses before it had been put out. Thankfully, no one lived in them. She heard the stories, everyone had, how the spirits of the dead haunted this place. Kids would dare others to go into the so-called haunted houses. It was kind of annoying when they had to call in ninja to deal it at times. One of the great ironies was that it used to the old Uchiha police force that usually dealt with this kind of things. She didn't remember much about that old force, but from what she heard, it certainly freed up their ninja for other matters. They still hadn't been able to find a way to replace that unit, even after all these years. The only professional police force was all dead, no one was left to train the others. So they had to relearn everything that the Uchiha clan had started. There were reports and a few manuals for recruits that had been found in the old police station, but without anyone of experience to teach them. It was trial and error. Well, it wasn't her problem, she wasn't involved in anything like that, thankfully. She walked up to the only house that looked both cared for and lived in. This was obviously the place, so she walked right up to the front door. She considered what approach to use, but what was the fun in that? So she knocked on the door and waited. She knew the boy had to be here. After all, she could hear something moving around in there. She sighed and waited. She mentally counted as she figured how long it was to open a damn door. So when that time came and gone, she tried to door. It was locked, of course. Not that would stop her. She pulled out her lock picks and within seconds unlocked it. She snorted at that. As a ninja clan, you'd think the Uchiha would have invested in some decent locks. She easily opened the door and walked right in. Hey, anyone home? She yelled out, looking around the place. What are you doing here? Sasuke said, annoyed as he walked into the room. He didn't like people that just came into his home, especially since he wasn't alone. He took a moment and remembered this as that strange woman in charge of the second stage of the Chunin exams. Why are you here? Kakashi asked me to talk to you, since you and I have something in common. Anko told him flat out. Sasuke scowled a bit. He didn't know that Kakashi knew this woman well enough to ask her to talk to him. He guessed that he should have seen something happen with how he had been. But honestly, he didn't see much of a difference than how he normally was, and he was busy. But what he couldn't figure out was what in the world he had in common with this strange woman. That's why you broke into my home? Sasuke asked of her. Yeah, well, I got impatient. I mean, does it take you that long to answer the door? She told him, blowing off the fact she could literally get in trouble for doing so, off like it meant nothing to her. Look, kid, Kakashi is worried and he's wondering if it has anything to do with this. She pulled her top by her neck aside to show off her own curse mark, but with Kakashi's new and improved seal around it. Sasuke hadn't known that this woman had this as well, but then why didn't she use it? She obviously had Kakashi to something with it. Was this that new seal that he offered him earlier? It made sense on how he got it working, but still he wasn't convinced that this thing wasn't a curse. He had much more control over it now, and honestly he didn't see the problem. Look, kid, if you are using this or not, I don't want to know, so you don't have to worry about saying anything you don't want to. Just listen to the voice of experience, Anko told him seriously. You may not know this, but Orochimaru was my Jonin sensei. He taught me a lot, although I didn't know it at the time. I was just a tool for him. You see, before he was found out, he took me somewhere. I don't really remember all the details. He took a lot of memories from me somehow. It was a sore spot for her. How much he took from her she never knew. There were huge gaps in her memory and there was no telling what exactly she was missing. She spent a lot of time trying to fill in those blanks, but she knew she might never fully remember. Who knows what kind of important things to her that had been stolen from her. Anyways, he took me somewhere out of the way to put this on me. She pointed to where the seal was. Then he just left me to die. I don't know why. If Anbu hadn't come across me, I most likely would have died. I don't know why he picked me, but if I had died, then no one would have found me. I was used and then tossed away. That's how he works. If you've outlived your usefulness to him, you're nothing to him. This damn thing has been a literal pain in my neck since I got it. It hurts sometimes and it can mess with me in important times. I could have been killed because of this. This was very true in the case when Orochimaru had come to this village. The seal had flared up in his presence and it had nearly cost her life. That's the thing with his gifts, they're like a snake. If you aren't careful with them, they'll bite you and you'll pay for it. And trust me, if there is anything I know, it's how snakes are. Sasuke took this in, but honestly he wasn't sure even she had all the facts. She admitted to now having all her memories, and given that he was actually being trained, he had more control and the pain he hadn't felt in a long time. If she had gotten some kind of training, then she most likely wouldn't have these problems. Well, you don't have to worry about it then. If that's all you came, then you can show yourself out. He told her. Oh, one small talk and then you want to get rid of me, huh? Anko had a feeling that there was something going on. Maybe Kakashi had been right after all. The curse mark was also seductive in a way. It offered power, but the price was just too high. Sasuke was trying to think of a way to get her out of here. The longer she stayed, the more complicated things could get. She was growing suspicious and he couldn't have her looking too close into his life. There had to be some way of getting rid of her that made her think that nothing was going on. Sasuke-kun, a very familiar female voice called out that made the boy's eyes bulge out. What the hell is she thinking? He mentally yelled out as he turned to look and stood there shocked. Tayuya came around the corner only in a bath towel that barely covered her body. The bath will be getting cold, so I thought, oh. I'm sorry, I didn't know Sasuke-kun had company. She quickly hid herself behind the corner looking like a blushing teenager that had been caught by her parents. Anko blinked a few times before laughing. This is what's going on. Geez, kid, didn't know you had a girl over. Damn, looks like the betting pool on your sexuality is done. Given how many girls threw themselves at you, people were starting to talk. What's your name, girl? Tayuya, miss. She did a really great job of sounding meek at the moment. Please, you're not going to tell my parents, are you? Anko smirked at this. Oh, Kakashi was going to love this. Nah, don't worry about it, in fact I'll leave you two to it. Guess you really do want to keep the clan going, huh? She winked at Sasuke before letting herself out. When she was long gone, he glared at her. What the hell was that all about? Why, I thought she needed a reason to know why you were being so secretive, Sasuke-kun, she said, still in her sweat teen voice. Knock that off. Fine with me, asshole, she stated, going back to normal. You think I like stripping myself like this? I have my pride, you know, but look at it this way. At least now you have a cover story, so people won't be thinking you're doing something strange. She'll most likely tell your sensei about this and he'll leave it at that, or at least he should. She had to admit it was quick thinking on her part. Not many even knew what she looked like in this village, so she was pretty safe there. She had been surprised to learn that this woman had the curse seal. From the sounds of it, she was one of the first test groups, which one she had no idea, but it was certainly interesting. She also noticed the slight blush on the boy as he tried not to look at her. She grinned. It was kind of funny. The big bad Uchiha was still just a boy after all. What's the matter? You haven't seen a naked girl before. Tayuya laughed. Like you'd know what the fuck to do with one anyway. Now Sasuke openly glared at the girl. The hell is that supposed to mean? Oh please, you don't think I haven't heard all the stories while I've been out? She said to him, getting closer. She pretty much said it. All those girls and you never picked out one. So what, the almighty Uchiha clan dies with you, huh? What a sad end. So you just can't get it up, or you just fucking gay or something? I have a responsibility to both avenge my clan and ensure that when I do plan to revive my clan, I have to pick the right woman. He shouted at her. This girl was infuriating at times. He just couldn't understand it. She has to be strong and have the makings of a great ninja. I don't want some weak girl that can't do anything. Huh, sounds like that Tamari girl again. Looks like you missed out on that. The other girls I've seen in this village are a joke. Tayuya had seen females of their age and she was disgusted by them. Only the Chunin level ones seemed to have grown out of whatever it was that made girls in this village so weak. Too bad if you stay you'll have to pair up with some airhead, I weep for any children from that union. Oh, and you think maybe Sound has anything to offer? Sasuke asked her. I remember that kin girl, she wasn't much, hell she was taken out by that Nara boy. Tayuya hadn't known kin, at least not personally, but she had served Orochimaru to the fullest in the end. You bastard, she died for our village and for Orochimaru. She gripped him by his shirt and the next thing she knew he pushed her back up against a wall. He held her there with her arms pinned to her sides and her towel fell. Both froze at that moment as they locked eyes. Go ahead and peek, you little fucker, she sneered at him. I doubt it will be the only thing you can do to a woman. Don't you ever shut up, he told her, and he wasn't sure why, but he thought of a way to silence her. He surprised her by smashing his mouth to hers. At first she didn't do anything, but she figured anything to seduce him would work, so she went with it. She didn't mean to actually enjoy it, that was a surprise, it wasn't kind or soft or anything you'd find in some cheap romance novel. It was more animalistic, all the heat in their argument seemed to transfer into it. He growled into her mouth and she returned it, feeling her body go on fire for a moment. Then he suddenly pulled away, he took a breath and then smirked at her. So that's how to keep you quiet. She blushed as she pushed him off her and quickly went to get her clothing. Fucker. She yelled at him, but she couldn't forget the heat on her lips. Sasuke for his part sat down thinking on what he did. He couldn't find her attractive, did he? She was loud, had a dirty mouth, they fought and things were heated. But she didn't back down from him, she was strong and knew the kind of pain he did. As he sat there he was just too confused on what to think at the moment, but he knew things might get more complicated from now on.
Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, comment and subscribe, as well as checking out the author on fanfiction.net.